Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in to this episode of the Canary Cry. Well, no. You're listening to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream, pre-stream. Good job. You're trickling in. That's good. All right. Well, we got about a minute until we start the show. Here's a little favor I could ask of everybody. As we know, all of the streaming platforms are not the best at sending out notifications to people who are following and have notifications turned on. So if you're here early, please go ahead and let people know. Tell them Canary Cry News Talk is live. Put it on your Twitter, message them directly, all those fun things. Just let people know we're about to get started. That way, we don't have so many sad folks tuning in later and so disappointed that they missed the top end of the show here. So please do that for me. Thank you. But I want to give a big old congratulations to Enoch87 Bear over on YouTube for first comment of the day. Thank you very much, Enoch87 Bear. You did it. A couple things to remember. Head over to CanaryCry.Party. Follow all the places. Become a producer. There's still time to become a producer for today's show. Also, make sure to stay hydrated. Buckle your seatbelts. Let's get going.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to the Canary Cry News Talk. Oh my gosh, I forgot the intro. Anywho, it's July 14th, 2021. It's episode 362. And today, Scammer and Sickle. Oh, yeah. And you know me, I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And it's July 14th, 2021. Part of the intro that Basil missed there. And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur.
I forgot to say razzle dazzle. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
Razzle dazzle.
There, that'll help you out a little bit.
Thanks.
Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. Are you okay over there? You're a little...
A rough start.
I was going to say, you had issues in the pre-stream, and now you're skipping over dates.
I got to get in the zone, man. I got to get in the zone. Auto zone. Here I am.
Oh my gosh. We are not sponsored by the Auto Zone. Great.
Somebody was here's a fun question to start the show out of on theme. Not at all. But somebody asked me, what is the jingle or catchphrase from advertising that has stuck with you the longest and the most powerful? And it's that one. It's get in the zone, Auto Zone. What about you, Gonz? Which advertising spell has completely mind controlled you for the rest of your life?
I don't know. That's a good one.
I know.
I have to think about it. And the fact that I have to think about it means that I've been pretty well deprogrammed.
Oh, lucky.
Yeah. So.
All right.
How about, nothing comes to mind. There's a blank.
You brag. Look at this guy bragging that no jingle from his childhood has stuck forever to turn him into a corporate zombie. Come on, Gonz.
Yeah. It's all washed away, or it's all filed away in some kind of do not listen or do not tap.
Yeah, it's locked away for when somebody says your activation code.
Yeah, and then I'll spew out. I'll just become a corporate shill.
You know, that is kind of an interesting connection. All these little jingles and catchphrases that get stuck in our head, they almost are like MK Ultra activation codes.
They are. That's what they're meant to do.
Yeah, when you hear it, it activates your corporate zombie hitman training.
Here's one, only because Jim Gaffigan did like a whole bit on it. Hot Pocket. That one, I remember that one, but also
yeah.
because of the stand-up. So I don't know if it's from the stand-up or from
Jim Gaffigan, the most prolific corporate mind control MK Ultra hitman assassin trainer of a generation.
Yeah, well, we're going to start things off here with something that I've always told you, Basil. I always said, "Hey, look, I'm a little bit of a shorter dude, but if I was taller, if I was like a foot taller, maybe not even a foot, 10 inches taller.
A foot is pretty tall.
I know that I would be very tall if I was a foot taller, but maybe I don't know, 8 inches. I would be a professional athlete, and I would be destroying people left and right.
Oh wow!
And but no one believes me. But I don't know if you've been paying attention to the America's pastime, the sport of baseball. Have you?
Yes, I love sports ball. Actually, out of all the sports, baseball is. I was more of a baseball kid than a basketball or football kid. So
okay,
yeah.
Well,
I don't currently follow the trades.
Yeah, but, there's a player named Shohei Ohtani. And he is taking the world of baseball by storm right now. And this is the Wall Street Journal. The headline, Angels star. He plays for the Anaheim Angels of LA. What is it? The Los Angeles Anaheim Angels of whatever. They changed their name. They're in Anaheim, but for some reason they decided to tack on Los Angeles to their name. Okay. Headline, Angels star Shohei Ohtani isn't the best two-way player since Babe Ruth. He's better.
Oh my gosh.
I remember when they were recruiting him, he was touted as like the Japanese Babe Ruth, but the article says that what Ohtani is doing is far more impressive than what Babe Ruth did. Okay. And here's the thing: they're at their All-Star break right now. As the game's top players descend on Denver for the All-Star game this week, Ohtani leads the major leagues with 33 home runs.
Dun dun dun. Illuminati baseball. Get in the game.
And the reason why he's being touted as one of the best to ever do it right now, or the best season ever to do it, is because he's also a pitcher and he's like striking guys out and throwing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs and hitting home runs and stealing bases, and it's pretty wild.
Has anybody checked to see if he's a robot? Maybe he's a Flippy with what is he, Japanese?
He's Japanese, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You gotta keep an eye on those Japanese androids.
I think the 33 triggered the woke crowd and the controllers. They were like, hey, this is a great opportunity to use this man's success to stir some controversy. Okay. So there's a commentator on ESPN. His name is Stephen A. Smith. If you are not familiar with him, this is him.
I tried to tell you.
That guy. He's getting a lot of heat for saying this on air.
And I understand that baseball is an international sport itself in terms of participation. But when you talk about an audience gravitating to the tube or to the ballpark to actually watch you, okay, I don't think it helps that the number one face is a dude that needs an interpreter so you can understand what they're saying in this country. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Oopsie daisies.
Whoa, Asian hate. Asian hate.
Oh, no. That's interesting. Huh? Yeah.
So, I don't know. These guys allegedly have their own takes. I don't know, whatever. But it's funny because, Twitter and the social media world was going crazy, Stephen A. Smith, Asian hate, and all this kind of stuff. It's wild.
Even as sort of an anti-cancel culture person myself, that was kind of harsh, man. He's a good baseball player. Let him play. Like, why we gotta be mean to him just because he can't speak English, or can he? Is that even a thing?
I mean, he can speak.
Does he really need an interpreter?
He does. I think he came to America at age 18 or something, or 19, something like that. So he's not going to be speaking fluent English.
He's had time to speak
he's been
English.
Here for 3 or 4 years. I mean, he can probably.
Oh, he's a young fella.
He's pretty young, yeah. But I think Stephen A. Smith was trying to appeal to like the Republican, right wing thing, and it just backfired on him because he knows baseball fans are more mid country people that are a little bit more into the baseball is more of like a, what's the word I'm looking for?
It's all American.
All American. There you go.
It's that classic American game that's as of yet doesn't have the appearance of being totally taken over by some social justice.
Except for the fact that the sport itself has all kinds of Masonic elements, from the distance of bases to the diamond. There's all kinds of stuff. There's been a whole breakdown of that.
But baseball is huge in Japan.
Oh, it's humongous.
I mean, I don't know the numbers, but much like how the NBA is bigger in China than it is in the U.S., I believe that's the way baseball is in Japan. They love it over there.
Yeah, but their baseball that's big is their own leagues and stuff. I don't think the Major League Baseball is as big in Japan, but I don't know.
Yeah, they got their own thing going on. Yeah, all right. Well, whoopsie daisies. What's his name? Stephen Smith? Stephen
A. Smith. And this Stephen, I think you spell it with a PH. So,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What's your expert analysis? You think he's canceled? Is he going to be gone? He's going to get a stern talking to?
He's probably going to apologize or clarify or something like that, and keep yelling and screaming and do a camera.
Even as like an anti-cancel culture person, it was pretty harsh just in general.
It was a little,
It's more of like a boomer thing than like a racist thing,
Yeah. Who cares what he's doing in terms of being the face of baseball? And he's local here, so I'm considering going to see him play just to say I did it. But I don't know.
You gotta support your countrymen. Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of supporting my own kind, let's do a Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Okay, folks, it's time for the Flippy update. If you're new to the show, Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, Gons, the Flippy update is coming from thespoon.tech. Thespoon.tech. And the headline: researchers create simulator to help robots wield knives. Yay! Just what we needed. Robotics researchers from NVIDIA and the University of Southern California, USC, announced today the first differentiable simulator for robotic cutting, or DiSECt for short. Oh no. They're not even trying to hide it.
Yeah, I don't like the name.
This new simulator can predict forces that will act on the knives as it pushes and slices through soft materials like fruits and vegetables and human beings. The first reaction your first reaction might be, why do they need all that simulator science when you can just install a sharp blade on a robotic arm and smash it down? That's certainly one solution, but part of the reason robot researchers like NVIDIA and Sony and Panasonic all work with food is because food is oddly shaped. Much like the human skull, has different textures and is delicate. If a robot can successfully work with soft objects like food and the human abdomen, it can carry those techniques over to other applications like surgery, where plunging knives down is frowned upon. Cutting through food with precision and care is actually quite complex. It requires feedback, adaptation, motion control, and parameter setting as the knife makes its way through the object. You could copy and paste this sentence into an article about a human stabbing robot soldier, and it would fit directly. It requires feedback, adaptation, motion control, and parameter setting as the knife makes its way through, quote, the object. Additionally, since each piece of fruit or vegetable or human is unique, the robot needs to adjust its cutting with each new object. NVIDIA shared with us an advanced look at an article explaining the DiSECt research and was recently presented at 2021 Robotics, Science and Systems, the RSS conference. I'm not going to lie, it's dense and jargon heavy with paragraphs like this. DiSECt implements the commonly used finite element method to simulate deformable materials such as foodstuffs. The object to be cut is represented by a 3D mesh which consists of tetrahedral elements along the cutting surface. We slice the mesh following the virtual node algorithm. This algorithm duplicates the mesh elements that intersect with the cutting surface and adds additional so-called virtual vertices on the edges where these elements were cut. The virtual nodes add extra degrees of freedom to accurately simulate the contact dynamics of the knife when it presses and slices through the mesh. But rather than focusing on the specifics of the research, there are some broader takeaways anyone in food tech can appreciate. First, DiSECt illustrates the continued importance of simulation and synthetic data in training robots. NVIDIA has actually built a kitchen as a training ground for its robots where it uses synthetic data and computerized simulation to virtually teach a robot tasks like identifying and picking up a box of Cheez-Its. Similarly, DiSECt trains a robot to use a knife through simulation first, which can then be applied to cutting object in the real world. Additionally, giving robots added abilities will make them more useful in taking over dangerous tasks like repetitive cutting. Ooh, dangerous. Watch out, sous chefs. Sous chefs. Not only is the fry cook's in danger because of FLIPPY, but now, entry-level chef and cooking jobs are in danger. I saw Ratatouille. I know if you're trying to get into the restaurant game, you got to put in your dues chopping vegetables for some fancy French chef, but no longer. Now we just have a robot to do it. Right now, robots in restaurants are frying foods and even making pizza, but they aren't doing more highly skilled precision tasks such as cutting and slicing. A robot can't get injured while cutting and could bring more safety to restaurant kitchens. As we explore how robots are going to take all our jobs, among other things, like our pride, our dignity, those types of things, the conversation is always the robot will do the grunt work so the humans can focus on more skilled labor, more skill-based work. And we've always known that this is just sort of a PR tactic to make people accept the robots. But they admit it right here. They say that this robot is doing highly skilled precision tasks, such as cutting and slicing, which robots haven't been able to do before. And again, yes, if you or someone is a kitchen worker in sort of a restaurant, that's like the entry-level job. If you want to be a chef, if you want to be a cook, especially in some more sort of skilled establishments, you got to spend years just cutting and slicing and dicing while you earn your dues. Well, it's not only is this taking the job of someone doing that, but it is sort of disrupting that training path.
Yeah.
Now you basically you'll have to basically just go straight from unemployed to professional chef without doing the training or the what is it called, apprenticeship that is usually part of building that career. Anyways, let's keep going. The good news for those interested in this type of cutting-edge research is that NVIDIA and USC are not the only companies working in the field. In 2019, researchers from Iowa State, blah, 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 are working on it also. So that's the end of the article there. But there you go, Gons. We hate to say it, folks, but just another career being put out of reach for people moving into the workspace.
You remember the scene from Short Circuit where Johnny Number 5 is in the kitchen?
I don't. I watched Short Circuit so long ago, I don't really remember it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
That's what I hear.
He's messing up the kitchen. This is it's even low tech compared to what they are able to do now. But at the same time, it's funny because a lot of these articles, a lot of stuff we report on, they're always like, oh, we're moving ahead and the future and precision and all this kind of stuff. And then the video is always a little underwhelming, where it's kind of like, I've been playing the video over here on the website, and it's just like this robot arm with a knife cutting a pear and then slicing a cucumber. It's just like, really, all this hype for the hydraulic system that's measuring some pressure? I don't know. It's always a little bit less.
Like most science, in practicality, getting to where we have a fun job where we get to predict the future, but people actually building the robots, it's pretty boring for the most part.
No, it gets glorified way more in media, I think, than the actual practical applications.
But
at least so far.
Notice how compared to other Flippy updates, they don't even make an attempt to say that, no, this robot won't take away jobs. It's here to work with people in the kitchen. Don't worry, humans. This will make your job easier. They don't even attempt to put the spin on it with this one. So there you go. When I was younger, there was a moment when I considered a career in, the culinary arts. What about you? Any
I'm awful in the kitchen. Keep me away. Every time I try to cook something in there, I got side eye from the wife, and
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe this chopping arm is for you. Just don't get too close.
Yeah. Well, yeah, actually, that would help. I have cut myself trying to cut things, carrots
it's
and
how
whatnot.
we learn to grow, though, Gons. Don't join this millennial generation and trying to keep your kids safe from every little thing. Sometimes you gotta cut your finger off to learn a lesson.
I prefer to keep my fingers, especially as we'll get into some of the art later on during the producer break. Yeah, there's some good finger stuff there. All right.
Well, we better get into some WACCINE.
We will.
Pandemic special.
WACCINE.
A pandemic special.
First clip is in French, so we will not play it, but it is Macron, who was recently out there. This went viral. One of the translations here, quote, "The unvaccinated will bear the brunt of the restrictions rather than everyone. From the beginning of August, the Vax Pass will be needed for coffee shops, restaurants, supermarkets, hospitals, trains, buses, etc." So, Mr. God with us and the Mark is getting a little crazy with his tyrannical stuff there. And, so it's one of those things where a lot of people at the beginning of the pandemic, I think it's important to continue to remind people that back in March, April, May 2020, when people were like, hey, they're going to have these vaccines that roll out and we're going to have vaccine passports and we're not going to be able to buy or sell or do anything, unless you have
crazy conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. And now it's here. It's here. And not only that, it's from the guy whose name Emmanuel means God with us, and Macron meaning a mark.
Is that what it actually means?
Yeah, Macron. Yeah, a mark placed over a vowel to indicate the vowel something. I think it means long too, but yeah.
I thought it was macaroon. God with us, macaroons.
Macaroons.
Those delicious little dollops of heaven.
I didn't even know what a macaroon was until I got married.
Oh, so uncultured,
I
guys.
am. And then I realized it's all the Asian shops that have it around here anyway.
Yeah, the Asians really got the French may have invented it, but the Asians really perfected the art.
Yeah, Asians or Asians? Are they one and the same?
Which one, indeed, Gonzo? Oops.
Whoa.
I know.
Yeah.
So, dang, this is full on.
Vax Pass.
Not Mark of the Beast, but Vax Pass. You can't even get a cup of coffee without your Vax Pass.
I mean, it's mark of the beast-ish. You can't buy or sell without it.
It is the closest that the Vax Pass has come to, in practicality, in reality, to resembling at least one aspect of the biblically prophesied mark of the beast. It does not have all the aspects, but it is certainly alarming.
Yeah, you won't be murdered. Martyred, if you.
Although it is France, they're pretty famous for beheading people. Did you know? I saw this the other day. Do you know that the last beheading? I believe it was public. The last public beheading in France. When do you think the last one would have happened? Well, I don't want you to guess.
Because you're asking this question, I was going to say like 1997 or something.
Yeah, it was 1977.
Oh, okay.
But still really, that's really recent for a public beheading.
Public beheading, wow.
By guillotine.
Right. Really? 77?
Yeah.
Whoa, man.
Guillotine, 1977.
That's modern era.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's really crazy.
Wow,
so,
okay. So maybe, all right. I can see, but the other part of it too is, I'm sure people can still buy and sell to each other.
I'm sure they're fine. They still got Amazon.
I wonder how that's going to go.
Checkpoint on YouTube. The French do not mess around. They really do not. And, even I would be afraid to be Macron right now with French's history of, putting politicians' heads on spikes and things. This is a bold move. All right. What do we got next?
Well, not to be outdone, New Zealand. The health ministry there came out and said this clip's not the greatest audio or video. I did the best I could here, but they claim to be the only source of truth.
We will share with you the most up-to-date information daily. You can trust us as a source of that information. You can also trust the Director General of Health and the Ministry of Health. For that information, do feel free to visit at any time to clarify any rumour you may hear. covid19.govt.nz. Otherwise, dismiss anything else. We will continue to be your single source of truth. We will provide information frequently. We will share everything we can, everything else you see, a grain of salt. And so I really ask people to focus.
How irresponsible is it, the people that are sharing that news of a lockdown imminent in New Zealand?
Yeah, and look, that's the kind of thing that adds to the anxiety that people feel. So I continue to share the message. New Zealanders must prepare. But do not panic, prepare. And when you see those messages, remember that unless you hear it from us, it is not the truth. And I really ask people, just visit covid19.govt.nz. It has all of the up-to-date information. And we will continue to provide everything you need to know.
Wow.
Single source of truth. Everybody else is wrong.
Source of truth.
And I visited the website here, covid19.govt.nz. Prepare. And it's got all the info here. What I thought was kind of interesting is they have this cartoon. We're now vaccinating around 100,000 people per week. And it's got this family and their kids and they're hugging and stuff. I don't know, it's very cartoony. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but it reminded me of pamphlets that the Jehovah's Witness hand out. Have you ever gotten those little pamphlets with the cartoons on them?
Yeah, I'm sure I have.
Where it's like end times, and it shows like a crowd of people and like the Antichrist with the upside down cross on his forehead.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like Chick Tracts too. It's
Chick Tracts,
similar vibe to it.
I didn't know about Chick Tracts until very recently.
Yeah, you're talking about like the style of illustration. Yeah, it kind of looks like 90s G.I. Joe animation too.
Right. I don't know what the appeal is. Do people look at this and go, "Oh yeah, number one source of truth. Everything else is false."
Dude, that is crazy. I mean, of course, we've had Fauci, pull similar things over here. And, this comes as no surprise. But, yeah, everything else grain of salt.
Yeah.
Okay.
We will continue to be the single source of truth. And she does it with a smile, you know?
She's big smile. She's got
smile.
Quite yeah.
She looks so friendly, but what she's saying is, it's like the definition of wolf in sheep's clothing.
Oh, it's straight up like 1984 telescreen.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's much more to say about that. It speaks for itself.
Yeah, there it is.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, they're not alone, though. It hits a little closer to home as well.
Okay. Well, let's move on to this. This is WBGO, WBGO.org, 83.3 FM in New Jersey. New Jersey grants digital access to COVID vaccine records. Another thing that they said would not happen, but okay. New Jersey officials are reporting an additional 292 COVID-19 cases. Okay, great. That seems like a win. That is a tiny number. Raising the state's overall total to 1 million, over 1 million.
That's such a deceptive number to use.
Time.
Overall total over 1 million. And it's like, yeah, over time, over the last year and a half. And then also how many of these people survived and how many are recovered. And, you know, it's just a horrible way to manipulate the statistics.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like, you know, California, they're rising case numbers, and there's like 300 people in the entire state of California in the hospital for COVID. It's like, okay. The statewide rate of transmission is currently 0.95, and the positivity ratio is 1.7%. 4 people have died from the virus in the last 24 hours. Again, they said might be with. Okay, raising the death toll to 23,800. Officials are looking into 2,709 probable deaths from COVID. As of 10 p.m. Sunday, 10 p.m. Per PM, 312 people are hospitalized in all but 3 of the state's 71 hospitals. So same thing, 300 people hospitalized in the entire state out of millions of people. 58 patients are in intensive care while 26 are on ventilators. The state, through the Immunization Information System, has partnered with the New York-based DiSECt Health to give residents digital access to their immunization records. The app DiSECt is available in English and Spanish in the Apple and Google Play app stores. It will provide a digital record of COVID-19 vaccinations. Officials say that will expand to other vaccination records in the future. Health Commissioner Dr. Judy Persicilli said the app will be helpful for those who either lost their immunization card or their card was damaged. She added the app will make it easier and quicker for those who request a copy of their record. Quote, the previous process involved submitting a request form and supportive documentation to NJIIS and then staff mailing out the record, which could take several days. Utah is also using DiSECt. More states are slated to use the platform soon, according to the commissioner. In announcing the app, Governor Phil Murphy made it absolutely clear, quote, this is not a passport, referring to the vaccine passports like New York's Excelsior Pass. Quote, DiSECt is solely intended to give residents easy access to their COVID vaccination record, he said, especially if their vaccination card has been damaged or lost. When asked if it was inevitable that private businesses and third parties will use the app as a vaccination passport, the governor used the opportunity to reiterate this current stance on implementing passports in general. Quote, I'm not, hell no, but we continue to need to make more progress on the equity front. Interesting how the issue of equity is allegedly...
it's such an interesting misdirection.
It really
is. Is it going to become a passport? Well, not no, but race.
But race.
Such a weird... I don't know.
Murphy has... I know, it's a weird twisty-turny sort of thing he's pulling there. But Murphy has long stated that he has been open to the concept of vaccine passports. However, he has been resistant to them due to low vaccination numbers among residents of color when compared to their white counterparts. Out of the more than 4.9 million people fully vaccinated within the state, 49% are white, 15 are Latino, 11 are Asian, and 7 are black. Murphy continued to say the timing is not right to implement a vaccine passport due to the low vaccination numbers among communities of color. He adds, while progress is being made to reach more of those communities, more needs to be done. We've come a long way, the governor said, but in particular, Black and brown communities, we're not yet where we want to be. It presents an interesting situation, Gons.
Yeah.
So as we hear about programs like the door-to-door thing and, all the big steps that the Biden administration is taking specifically to encourage vaccination within minority communities, there is a situation building that I think the vaccine hesitant need to be aware of. And that is, in this day and age of social justice warriors and equality and equity and things like this, and white supremacy and systematic racism, the Black and brown communities, as they are called in this article, really sort of hold the key to staving off vaccine passports. Because as long as minority communities have low vaccine passport numbers, allegedly, it seems, it will stave off the vaccine passport thing because it'll be unequitable. It'll be racist to have vaccine passports as long as minority communities are majority unvaccinated. So that is just a very interesting situation. Now, this is not me saying, let's, encourage Black and brown people to not get vaccinated or whatever. Everybody's making that decision for themselves. We just put out the information as it exists in the scientific literature. But it is interesting if the Black and brown communities continue to resist the vaccine. It looks like, at least in Jersey, it'll halt the vaccine passport movement.
Yeah, it's funny because who is this, the mayor or the governor of New Jersey? What's this
governor,
guy?
I think.
If he says, look at
Governor
all the
Phil
white
Murphy.
people. Governor Phil Murphy. Look at all the white people listening to the science. He can kind of find himself in a rock and a hard place where he's like, oh, you're being racist.
Racist. Yeah, these Black and brown people don't listen to science. Canceled, Phil Murphy. Canceled.
Right. But at the same time, he wants them to be vaccinated. So, he's got to walk that fine line of like not offending them.
Yeah.
But also, trying to get everyone to do it. So
it's a very interesting situation we have here in the U.S.
We've come a long way. We're not ready yet.
Another example of how our diversity is our strength, Gons.
Oh,
Even for vaccine hesitancers, diversity is our strength.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the percentage of the minorities listed here is much smaller in terms of total population. So if you're talking about 49% white, 15% Latino. I mean, there's a lot of Latinos, but I don't think as many as white people in New Jersey, and then certainly Asians and Black probably less. But the numbers are probably far less. In terms of sheer numbers, if the governor wanted to, he could probably implement some kind of passport. Just because.
Wait, you're talking about in New Jersey or
yeah,
where?
in New Jersey. Yeah, like total number wise, you're probably at 40%, 30-40%.
40% of what?
Of the state being vaccinated, like the whole state, not breaking it down by race.
Oh. Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, it was an interesting way they broke down these numbers. Out of more than 4.9 million, we'll call it 5 million people vaccinated within the state. These are the rates of the currently vaccinated. 7% of all vaccinated people are Black. So, if the inequality folks really have. Yeah, I don't know. That is a weird way to. It's interesting how to lie with statistics.
Because
set of info there.
I'm looking at the. Let's see. Come on, link. USAFacts.org. I don't know how accurate of a source usafacts.org is. But it says in New Jersey, 62% of the state has received at least one dose. So that's why I'm saying probably like 40 for, fully vaccinated or whatever, according to the numbers. Let's see, another MSN article saying the 10 large New Jersey towns have fewer than 50%. I don't know. I don't think we're going to solve this right now.
I don't know. I think the analysis stands, which is, as of now, as long as minority communities are holding out, it will be difficult to justify a vaccine passport based on equity. Which is probably why, as they've stated over and over and over, that they're focusing on minority communities as far as the door-to-door thing and the efforts and money going towards convincing people to get the vaccine. So yeah, very interesting. All right, folks.
Yep. Well, we have within the update of the WACCINE update, we have a Three Amigos sighting.
The Three Amigos.
Yeah.
This is the NIH Director's Blog. This was written by Dr. Francis Collins.
That's interesting. Okay.
mRNA vaccines may pack more persistent punch against COVID-19 than thought.
Uh-oh. That's not good news for Pfizer and their booster shot.
I know. Many people, including me, have experienced a sense of gratitude and relief after receiving the new COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, but all of us are also wondering how long the vaccines will remain protective against SARS-CoV-2, the coronavirus responsible for COVID-19. Earlier this year, clinical trials of the Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines indicated that both immunizations appeared to protect at least 6 months. Now, a study in the journal Nature provides some hopeful news that these mRNA vaccines may be protective even longer.
Okay.
In the new study, researchers monitored key immune cells in the lymph nodes of a group of people who received both doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech mRNA vaccine. The work consistently found hallmarks of a strong, persistent immune response against SARS-CoV-2 that could be protective for years to come. Years to come. Though more research is needed, the findings add evidence that people who received mRNA COVID-19 vaccines may not need an additional booster shot for quite some time, unless SARS-CoV-2 evolves into new forms or variants that can evade this vaccine-induced immunity. That's why it remains so critical that more Americans get vaccinated, not only to protect themselves and their loved ones, but to help stop the virus's spread in their communities and thereby reduce its ability to mutate.
Oh, jeez. What is the point of any of this, then?
The new study was conducted by an NIH-supported research team, yada, yada, yada. Let me skip to the next part here. The researchers wanted to see if similar persistent immunity existed in people who hadn't come down with COVID-19 but were immunized with the mRNA vaccine. To find out, the team recruited 14 healthy adults. More info on that. This is after some of the data here, so it's a little boring and tedious, so we will skip it. This study raises some really important issues for which we still don't have complete answers. Okay, so after all that, we still don't have complete answers to these things. What is the most reliable correlate of immunity from COVID-19 vaccines? Are circulating spike protein antibodies, the easiest to measure, the best indicator? Do we need to know what's happening in the lymph nodes? What about the T cells that are responsible for cell-mediated immunity? If you follow the news, you may have seen a bit of dust-up in the last week on the topic. Pfizer announced the need for a booster shot has become more apparent based on serum antibodies. Meanwhile, the Food and Drug Administration and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said such a conclusion will be premature, since vaccine protection looks really good right now, including for the Delta variant that has all of us concerned. We've still got a lot to learn about the immunity generated by the mRNA vaccines, but this study, one of the first in humans to provide direct evidence of germinal center activity after mRNA vaccination, is a good place to continue the discussion. So, interesting. It's almost like he's gone kind of rogue, but not really. He's like trying to appeal to, because he's the religious guy. He's the God-fearing man, allegedly. also part of the Vatican Council of Scientists or whatever it is. So, it's that form of God-fearing, if you will.
What's the summary of what he said there? He kind of lost me at the end.
The summary is that it looks like the mRNA vaccines will protect you for maybe years.
Yeah.
But also we don't know.
But also there's variants, so you still need to get the booster anyways.
But also it could protect us from variants.
Okay. Well, listen, this is not good news for Pfizer, man.
Listen,
Pfizer, they're currently looking for approval for their booster, and if Francis Collins himself is saying that we might not need boosters, then that's going to be more difficult to get that approval.
Look, I know I know Dr. Francis Collins is a scientist, but he's busy just ratting tunes.
Whose coronavirus came from overseas, infecting folks across the land, Seattle, NYC. A little bat's virus. Love those human cells. Next thing you know, the cases grow and the world has gone to. It's a family show. Heck, we will all get through it. But things won't be the same. What will we learn from this dark turn? How will our lives be changed? COVID might be scary, but hope is on the scene. We'll beat coronavirus when we have that vaccine. Oh!
Oh my gosh. Well, when did that one come out? When did you drop that fire track?
It was about 8 months ago.
That heat rock coming down. Wow.
And for those of you just listening to, I think this is his wife. I can only imagine it's his wife. She comes into frame here and does.
I can only imagine. Who else would participate in this abomination?
She comes into frame, while he's singing the song and recording it and stuff. She's got her
doing a little dance.
She's doing her little, I'm the coronavirus swim move across the screen there, which is very interesting. And then also, at the end when he does the vaccine line, the virus is coming along, and then the vaccine chokes out the virus.
Oh, got him. What in the world? How many? What?
This is the director of the NIH, Basil. You can't make fun of these people.
How do they have time for these sort of shenanigans?
I don't know, but this is another one of those things where the world has gone to to clown camp, not cloud camp.
Totally. Holy smokes.
So there you go.
Okay, well, I got something here from Reuters, if you want to hear about it. Speaking of boosters, from Reuters.com, headline, U.S. health official says COVID-19 boosters could risk more serious side effects. Dun, dun, dun. The United States is reviewing the need for a third COVID-19 booster shot among residents who have already been vaccinated, but needs to see more data to know if additional shots could raise people's risk of serious side effects, a U.S. health official said on Tuesday. The official said the second dose for two-shot COVID-19 vaccine regimens was associated with higher rates of side effects, suggesting a third dose could potentially come with even greater risks. We're keenly interested in knowing whether or not a third dose, this is a quote, may be associated with any higher risk of adverse reactions, particularly some of those more severe, although very rare, side effects, said Jay Butler, deputy director at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention during a media briefing. The U.S. government has not made a decision on whether to administer booster shots, but sees a greater potential need for them among the elderly and other groups at high risk for severe infection, Butler said. Pfizer and partner BioNTech plan to ask U.S. regulators within weeks to authorize a booster dose of its COVID-19 vaccine based on evidence of greater risk of infection 6 months after inoculation and the spread of highly contagious Delta variant of the virus. Weird. That goes maybe not directly against, but certainly has some conflict with what Francis Collins just told us. Butler said he has not seen any evidence of waning immunity to COVID-19 among the U.S. residents who received shots in December or January. Okay. You just told us that there's evidence of greater risk after 6 months, but you haven't seen any yet. What in the world? What kind of doublespeak, confusing nonsense is this?
Hey, listen, Basil, I think Bigfoot exists. I know Bigfoot exists. I just need more evidence. I haven't seen the evidence yet, but
it is one sentence. One sentence says, based on evidence of greater risk of infection 6 months after inoculation and the spread of highly contagious Delta variant of the virus. Next sentence. Butler said he has not seen any evidence of waning immunity to COVID-19 amongst U.S. residents who received shots in December and January. He added that existing shots provide significant protection against the Delta variant, again going against the storyline of we need a booster because of Delta variant, saying these existing shots that people have provide significant protection against the Delta variant, which was the first found in India and has become dominant strain in the U.S. This is bizarre. This is three sentences in a row that not only contradict themselves, but contradict the whole campaign of the booster shot plan.
It's very interesting to watch not just health officials. You have your Fauci saying one thing. You have Dr. Francis Collins saying something. The CDC saying something. The World Health Organization saying another thing. Government officials saying completely, going against the CDC and WHO. It's a racket, man. I think it's just meant to cause more chaos.
It
tear it all
has
down.
To be purposeful confusion.
It has to be.
Makes no sense. You literally cannot. It's kind of like New Zealand in this context. New Zealand had the right idea. They're like, don't listen to anyone else. We are the sole source of truth. Don't listen to the WHO. Don't listen to Fauci. Don't listen to CDC. Forget America. It's just us. We will tell you what's true. And the alternative for us is every person across the spectrum of organizations and the mainstream media all have differing information, sometimes contradicting themselves, not sometimes, many times.
Most of the time, I would say.
Contradicting themselves within the same statements or articles. It is so bizarre.
Yeah, very strange. It's got to be part of the teardown to build a new world order, or at least, consolidate government power and authority into a single, one world government type of thing.
Yeah, it is almost like they are creating their own case. They are creating their own evidence for a push to centralize truth and information, because even the current power structure cannot get the truth straight. So we need to consolidate. That is bizarre, and that is certainly a bigger trend to keep an eye on, rather than just this one Reuters article. But we've seen it across the board. Wow.
Yeah.
And speaking of truth, Gons, we have a new segment of the show. I have teased it before, and we finally got an opportunity to make it a thing. We're very excited to bring you the Debunker Bunker. Get to the bunker!
The Debunker Bunker.
I can't. Every time I hear it, it's so beautiful. Good job, Gons, on that one. So yes, the Debunker Bunker. Here's the thing. Let me give a little bit of a preamble here for folks in our community, people who are searching for the truth of what's really going on, trying to dig through not just the piles of refuse that is the mainstream media, constantly contradicting each other and stuff, but also alternative media. Yeah. Because that's been a big part of our message, and what we also try to provide maybe not a solution, but at least try to make our way through it ourselves, which is oftentimes the collective alternative media can be just as fear-mongering, just as wishy-washy, just as inflammatory, and sometimes full-on untruthful as the mainstream media is. There's a bit of an issue within our community, our types of people who aren't necessarily taking the mainstream media word for word as truth, as it is spoon-fed. But we also, and the temptation is to go into the alternative media space and just believe everything you see there. And of course, those discerning folks listening to the show now will already know that you need to come to alternative media with just as, if not more, of a discerning eye and process than when interacting with mainstream media. And that's why we have the debunker bunker, baby, because things will be floating around, inflammatory, sometimes straight up lies built into stories that will make it on every alternative media site, which are fairly easy to debunk. And a lot of these, and we do this for a couple of reasons. One of them is a lot of alternative media, especially if they sell advertising, are monetarily incentivized to write the most inflammatory thing, to spread the most, unfortunately sort of, egregious mistruths. And they get paid for it. And the scarier the story, the more money they make, and they're kind of banking off this idea of like, hey, there's a certain amount of people who don't trust the mainstream media, so they'll trust everything we say, and we can sell ads. And I think we had one of these situations recently. Gons, do you want to add anything to sort of the debunker bunker idea?
Not really. I was trying to think of other than to say that I was trying to think of the names of some of the websites that were before the fake news thing became plastered all over, everyone's minds with Trump. There were a few websites that were always like, that were big, and they would sensationalize headlines. And it was always, I can't remember the names of them now. I was trying to look them up.
Well, one of them that really bugs me is Natural News.
I know Natural News has been around for a while and it bugs you. There's other ones though. There was like, I'm trying to remember because there was a couple really big ones early on, like when we first started, 2010-ish, 2011. There were a handful of forums and blogs that were super into the fringiest of fringe. And I remember thinking like, oh, this is going to be a problem if everything is sensationalized to that degree. And it was a preamble to all the fake news stuff that the mainstream media was able to latch onto, because while there were some truths there and they were able to, address issues or angles that the mainstream media would never touch, it got really messy, I guess, with Trump. But they would sensationalize so much that it wasn't helping,
Well, Natural News being a good example, and I'm not afraid to slam Natural News. So Natural News, for instance, they will take some fringe idea, something floating around, people doing some research, and they'll just present it just in the worst possible way. There'll be no sources, no quotes, no like checkable information. It'll just be, 10 paragraphs of just the most apocalyptic nonsense. That sounds real. And it sounds like the type of thing that fringy people would want to get excited about or angry or fearful about. And it's very tempting to, spread Natural News. Now, there's a ton of them. Natural News is just one of them. And as we pointed out live on the show, maybe a month or two ago, Natural News on every article has 33 ad spaces on every article. So they're making a ton of money. They don't even care if you believe it. They don't care if you don't believe it. As long as you click the button to look at the article, they get paid for 33 ad slots. Take that for...
Yeah, go ahead.
Just take that for what you will.
The forum that I recall had a lot of this was above top news, or I'm sorry, above top secret, above top secret.
I remember that.
That place had always, been a place where you can get a lot of things to go viral. I remember Age of Deceit was on there, and people, went viral there and stuff. InfoWars is up there. Beyond News was one of them that I recall. There's a couple more up there that I forget, like Godlike Productions, like another forum where you kind of had to sign up, and there was always stuff.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, but it's the spirit of the. I get it. Like, going against mainstream media was a thing, and it still is. But then I think a lot of people took it so far the other way that you lose sight of that nuanced middle of the road where you can stay as objective as possible.
Right. So the point being, you don't just turn away from mainstream news and only believe everything alternative news tells you.
Right.
And unfortunately, this is very common, and social media is very powerful in spreading these types of ideas. And it has the potential, as we've pointed out before, to have very specific and targeted COINTELPRO operations, where disinformation, is purposefully seeded by powers that be, by the power structures that stand to benefit from poisoning the alternatively minded community. And so, we just want to be careful. It usually, almost always, serves to keep you in a perpetual state of fear, and it's just not good for you. And so one of these things has been floating around recently, and we wanted to take a look at it because we spent quite a bit of time going through this and trying to parse out what's true and what's not. It's one of these things that sounds totally true, and yet it's a little bit more subtle. So let's jump into it. It's the seed of the story came from a recent Politico article that came out just a couple days ago. And even some pretty big news commentary people latched onto this and kind of just spiraled off into analysis that wasn't necessarily supported by known evidence, which I believed as well. I mean, it doesn't sound that crazy, but let's get into it and we'll pick it apart for a second. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Politico.com quote. Excuse me.
Okay?
Potentially.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you use your button.
Got my little cough button. Yeah. Potentially a death sentence. White House goes off on vaccine fearmongers. Dun dun dun. And I will just take it until the relevant paragraph.
Sure.
The administration is casting conservative opponents of its COVID-19 vaccine campaign as dangerous and extreme.
That's the Biden administration, that is. Yeah.
What did I say?
You just said the administration, which is still accurate. Sure. It's just not.
The administration.
Yeah.
Adopting a more aggressive political posture in an attempt to maneuver through the public health conundrum. The White House. Sorry, I'm going to need to take a drink real quick. Why don't you play some elevator music while I...
You want me to read it while you...
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The White House has decided to hit back harder on misinformation and scare tactics after Republican lawmakers and conservative activists pledged to give the administration's stated plans to go, quote, door to door to increase vaccination rates. The pushback will include directly calling out social media platforms and conservative news shows that promote such tactics. Quote, the big misrepresentation that Fox News or whomever else is saying is that they are essentially envisioning a bunch of federal workers knocking on your door, telling you you've got to do something that you don't want to do. Anthony Fauci, President Biden's chief medical advisor, said in an interview on Sunday, quote, that's absolutely not the case. It's trusted messengers who are part of the community doing that, not government officials. So that's where I think the disconnect is. But by the way. Hold on 1 second.
This is not the topic that we're talking about, but this is a different topic that does need to be addressed.
So Fauci's argument here is, these Fox News and conservatives, they think federal workers are going to knock on your door and make you do something you don't want to do. It's not federal workers. It's just community people. That they're the ones that are going to knock on the door and not coerce you, but try to convince you to do something you don't want to do. Well, this is another one of those Fauci weaseling out of difficult situations kind of thing. If you're part of the community doing it, you might as well be a government shill. I mean, you may not be a direct government official, but if you're doing their bidding, what's the difference?
A lot of this you see when they try to discredit this idea or to make it not sound scary, they will do things that we see all the time. It's a regular tactic. The NSA does it all the time. We didn't target Tucker Carlson, but they make a big deal about pointing out these aren't, quote, government officials, as if we thought that like the mayor was gonna come down or like
Fauci himself was gonna knock on many doors. And
nobody thought like government officials, but they are being conscripted by the government, which makes them a representative of the government, which later on they say, it'll just be pastors and it'll be community organizers and stuff like that. Whereas okay, so you're going to turn our community pastors and organizers into government shills. That's not any better than sending the mayor down.
I wish we could have like a doorbell thing. I don't know what it would look like. I don't even know how it would work. But basically, if they're there to the community members are there to try to convince you of the vaccine, they ring the doorbell, and instead of the doorbell, they hear
Nazis are not welcome here.
I mean, I'm sure that exists already.
It'll just be like,
you can record a little message for your doorbell.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay, it continues. Again, they're just trying to defend this program, which let me also say something about this, because I was just having a conversation with someone. The door-to-door thing, some things to keep in mind. As of now, things can always change, and they may change. But as of right now, this door-to-door thing is specifically going to be deployed in low vaccinated communities. Which, there are some people living in like big blue states I was talking to, or purple states, and, maybe they're not vaccinated and they don't want people coming door to door. This is not going to be across the whole country. This will be in low vaccination states, so mostly the South. And it's going to be in minority communities mainly. If you are a person living in California or living in New York or a blue state or even a red state that has decent vaccination levels, even if you are not vaccinated, you're not going to have people coming door to door asking if you're vaccinated or not. It's just the resources aren't there to knock on every door in America. They're specifically targeting low vaccinated areas and specifically minority communities, which doesn't make it any better. I'm just saying, personally, if you are a person worrying if someone is coming to your door, do you live in a blue state or do you live in a mostly vaccinated red state? Both of those options, you probably will not have someone coming to your door. And they also will not be coming with a shot to pin you down and shoot you to give you the jab. As of now, things can always change, but if you're sitting there wringing your hands at home right now, just wondering what to do if somebody shows up at your door, you probably don't have anything to worry about unless you're in a very specific geographical area. All right, moving on. Fauci took some of that messaging to Sunday cable news shows, including underscoring the idea that door-to-door vaccination efforts are an attempt to remove barriers to access, and that 99.5% of deaths due to COVID are among people who are unvaccinated. Those data kind of hits – those data – this is a quote. Quote, those data kind of hits you right between the eyes, Fauci said of the fatalities.
Like a mark? On the forehead?
Right,
is that what you're talking about, Fauci?
Yeah, got him. Beyond Fauci, Press Secretary Jen Psaki has pushed back on Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a lawmaker she once said she'd not mentioned from the podium, who compared the administration's vaccine campaign to Nazis. Jeff Zients, the White House's COVID response director, rebuked Missouri Governor Mike Parson, who contended falsely in a tweet that the government agents, where there's them pointing that out again, were going door to door to quote compel vaccination. They put those in quotes to make them sound crazy, but it is totally true. I mean, they are compelling vaccination. Yeah. They might not be shooting you with a blowgun, a dart gun right there, but they are there to educate you and convince you. And here we go. Biden allied groups, including the Democratic National Committee, are also planning to engage fact checkers more aggressively and to work with SMS carriers to dispel information about vaccines.
Misinformation.
Yes. Let me start this all over again. Biden allied groups, including the Democratic National Committee, are also planning to engage fact checkers more aggressively and work with SMS carriers to dispel misinformation about vaccines that is sent over social media and text messages. The goal is to ensure that people who may have difficulty getting a vaccination because of issues like transportation see those barriers lessened or removed entirely. Now, this paragraph set the internet on fire.
Yeah.
The idea that the DNC, that's the Democratic National Committee, are planning to engage fact checkers more aggressively and work with SMS carriers to dispel misinformation about vaccines that is sent over social media and text messages. And headlines across the internet, mostly in alternative media, alternative news sites, read something to the effect of Biden regime censoring text messages, surveilling text conversations to censor vaccine information, something like that. In fact, if you try to do a search, and they are all based off this one paragraph, which is decidedly pretty vague in the context of this Politico article, but when you put it in the context of, an alternative news site, it becomes less vague, which makes it very convincing. If you take a moment and you just do a Google search for, DNC SMS censorship, let me just do this now. You think this would be a pretty big deal that, even the explosion of attention that this has gotten, some mainstream should have this collection of words. But you go down the list. It's first on the list, WeLoveTrump.com. DNC plans to work aggressively with fact checkers. LifeSiteNews.com, which is a questionable one. Tucker Carlson slams DNC censorship of private messages. Infowars.com, Newswars.com, Children'sHealthDefense.org, LegalInsurrection.com. So it's all these really kind of strange alternative news sites that are focusing on this DNC is going to surveil your text messages, everybody's text messages, and censor vaccine misinformation. Now, we looked around because we're like, whoa, okay, so if this is true, let's see, what is everybody basing this on? Every single one of these articles, if they quote and source evidence for what they're saying, all of them are quoting and or sourcing this Politico article. The Politico article continues and almost doesn't mention the SMS thing ever again in another 20 paragraphs. It only mentions it in this one paragraph. And all these alternative news sites are writing, extremely fear-mongering articles based off these 2 sentences in the Politico article. What do you want to hit first? Did you want to hit the Washington Examiner or the New York Post response?
No, I'll do the New York Post real quick.
Okay.
Because it's an example of it. Your dailymail.co.uk was also a good example, although I don't think we have it in our notes. But yeah, the New York Post reported DNC, Biden allies want phone carriers to vet anti-vax messages. Report. So they want... Biden allies want phone carriers to vet anti-vax messages. And again, they pull straight from Politico. Part of that effort of the door-to-door thing is, quote, planning to engage fact-checkers more aggressively and work with SMS carriers to dispel misinformation about vaccines. That's a direct quote from the Politico article. And it doesn't go much more into it in this article. I mean, just kind of covers some of the...
They run out of things to talk about, so they just start talking about Republicans' response to this thing. Now, New York Post is a mainstream thing. That's what we do here. We analyze and decrypt the mainstream messages, mainstream news messages. So the other more, mainstream-ish outlet was Washington Examiner, and this was mirrored on Yahoo News. And they had something else to say. Now, remember, Washington Examiner is it's a conservative outlet. This is conservative. I won't say like far right or anything.
It's pretty far right. I mean, I'm looking at the
definitely leans pretty far right.
According to the Media Bias Fact Check, the little yellow dot on the scale is like past the right. And it's only short of extreme. So, but they are considered more of a mainstream outlet. Yeah,
they're not InfoWars. They're not LifeSite News. They're an actual news organization, not a blog.
Right.
And so here we go. We got Washington Examiner being mirrored on Yahoo News. Here's the headline: No, Biden isn't secretly policing your text, but both parties have been reading some for years. And I was thanking God that somebody had actually done some reporting on this and not just take 2 sentences from a Politico article and take the rest of an article to just sort of pontificate on conspiracy theories. Washington Examiner, far-right outlet, reads like this: speculation that President Joe Biden and the Democratic National Committee are petitioning cell phone carriers to monitor and edit private messages is false.
Private text messages.
Yeah, thank you.
You might need to make your window bigger or something.
I'm going to grow this window. There we go. It's humongous. It's like 10 stories tall for me now. Speculation that President Joe Biden and the Democratic National Committee are petitioning cell phone carriers to monitor and edit private text messages is false. DNC and White House officials tell the Washington Examiner. So let's keep in mind, they did some actual reporting and called the White House and called the DNC. Okay. Now, could the DNC and White House be lying? They could, technically. But at least Washington Examiner did actual reporting and not just nonsense. So it continues. Still, political operatives from both parties have made a practice of monitoring mass text blasts from the other side in recent years, as SMS marketing has exploded as a tool for political campaigns, fundraising groups, and even private sector businesses. The notion, so what they're talking about here is both parties sign up for each other's text message lists.
Right.
You know, those mass text messages that you can sign up for. Biden got his wrong, 3003.
You can call 313. Oh, you know the game.
Trump's is like 880 something.
It says it in this article, by the way.
Oh, okay. We'll get there. The notion of new Democratic-backed SMS surveillance popped up in conservative circles after Politico published an article Monday that included a line that the DNC and other Biden-allied groups were, quote, planning to engage fact-checkers more aggressively and work with SMS carriers to dispel misinformation about vaccines that is sent over social media and text messages, end quote. That's from the Politico article. Quote, the goal is to ensure that people who may have difficulty getting vaccination because of issues like transportation see those barriers lessened or removed entirely, the article read. A DNC official told the Washington Examiner that the Democratic Party has been training its grassroots volunteers to sign up for various mass email lists from Republican-affiliated groups since 2019 and to flag noteworthy messages for the communications team. So this is opposition research. Yep. Everybody does it. Oppo research. You sign up for the mailing list, of the opposing team. Similarly, a Republican digital campaigns expert also confirmed that GOP operatives and volunteers frequently sign up to receive text messages from Democratic campaigns and affiliated groups in order to stay one step ahead of the competition. Referencing Politico's report, the DNC officials conceded that they have added another internal step to their SMS process as a means of combating vaccine misinformation, but emphatically stated that the DNC has not and will not lobby SMS carriers such as AT&T, T-Mobile, or Verizon to monitor any text messages distributed at both the bulk list or peer-to-peer level. P2P messaging refers to any text conversation exchanged between two people. Bulk list messaging requires recipients to opt in to receive communications from an automated sender, such as the Biden campaign's 30330 and Trump campaign's 88022 blasts, or even online retailers. Senders may... so they're talking about these third-party companies, much how like MailChimp will help you do email blasts. There are companies that you can do the same thing with text messages. We actually considered doing this once, Cons, but
I know.
It was a lot of work. Yeah. Senders may seek to grow their own reach by either building those lists organically or purchasing numbers from lists owned by other groups or private communication companies. The DNC official said that Politico, quote, didn't do a great job and, quote, fueled a lot of embellishment and speculation about the new initiative. That new process sees communications officials take the misleading bulk texts about vaccines flagged by volunteers and then forward them to SMS aggregator companies such as Twilio or Bandwidth, quote, who either work with a mass texting client or have companies that work with mass texting clients, the official said. Those aggregator companies all have fair use and abuse policies, but almost all of the time have no visibility on what their clients are actually sending. So all we do is say, hey, did you know that you are sending out these messages? The official added. The idea that, like Joe Biden, is reading everyone's text messages, that's not what's happening, the DNC official said. Sources on both sides noted that federal law prohibits SMS carriers from monitoring P2P messaging without a warrant, although carriers may deploy machine learning technology to block some bulk messages that violate fair use practices from being delivered. White House officials also told the Washington Examiner that though some administration officials, such as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Dr. Anthony Fauci, have ramped up efforts to publicly dispute vaccine misinformation, the administration itself has nothing to do with the DNC initiative. Quote, we are steadfastly committed to keeping politics out of the effort to get every American vaccinated so that we can save lives and help our community further recover. White House spokesperson Kevin Muniz previously told Politico, quote, when we see deliberate efforts to spread misinformation, we view that as an impediment to the country's public health and will not shy away from calling that out. Conservatives reacted with ire on social media to Politico's report, and some right-leaning television programs told their viewers that the president and his party were working to monitor their private text messages. Quote, Biden's regime has announced they'll be working with SMS providers to stop vaccine misinformation spread via text message. Freshman Colorado Republican Representative Lauren Boebert tweeted. Quote, this is on the same day while the White House said they support local officials who implemented mandatory vaccines. No wonder they condemn communism.
No wonder they can't condemn
communism. You know, and this is interesting because remember, all of this came from 2 sentences in a Politico report. And Lauren Boebert is, you know, expanding those 2 sentences to a much bigger sort of conspiracy theory.
She took the bait.
You took the bait, and that's what it is. All right, we'll finish out here. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley suggested that the misinformation campaign was an effort to, quote, force vaccine compliance and who knows what else. Quote, yes, we can allay the concerns of the excessively paranoid by tracking the content they send via text message, Noah Rothman, an editor at Commentary, wrote. So there's the end of the Washington Examiner article. Again, a far-right actual news outlet who would have every reason to latch on and, you know, continue the storyline that Biden's going to be reading all your text messages. But alas, I have a little bit more respect for Washington Examiner that they actually did some reporting and not just taking those 2 sentences and expanding them. Now, to summarize what is actually going on, like I mentioned, there's these third-party aggregators for text message lists, kind of like MailChimp. You know, if you sign up for our mailing list, we can send out, you know, a mass email, and if you're on the list, you get the email. Is these aggregator sites that provide this service. What is actually happening, they're not looking at your text messages. They're not censoring your private texts. What they're doing is they sign up. The DNC, Democrats, will sign up for Republican lists. Republicans will sign up for Democrat lists. And if they see something they don't like, they are telling the aggregator about it.
They'll flag it. They'll be like, oh, hey, letting you know this is misinformation right here or whatever.
Right. And so they will basically email MailChimp and be like, hey, did you know somebody sent out misinformation on your thing? And then it's on MailChimp or whoever the aggregator is. I'm using MailChimp as a stand-in company. Whoever the aggregator is, if they have rules or protocols or whatever that they would take action on, you know, the Democrats are hoping that the aggregator company will whatever, you know, cancel the list or give them a warning or something.
Yeah, so there is that middle ground there where it's worth concern because this kind of thing has done damage to places or people that use things like MailChimp. Like, for example, we posted about QAnon 3 years ago, and all of a sudden Patreon was like, hey, you guys posted about Q, even though the whole thing was like, hey, don't listen to QAnon. Or, you know, warning about QAnon. They were like, you talked about QAnon, you know, we're going to delete your channel or your Patreon account. Right. And that was on Patreon, pressured from some third party, probably government, you know, either Democrat, whoever. And they took action. And so similarly, these text messaging aggregators and distributors can feel that pressure and say, all right, you know, anytime there is a mention of a vaccine, we'll take a look at it and we'll have to, you know, vet it or whatever. And that comes down to, you know, who they ultimately bow to, which is kind of interesting. So in that regard, there is concern that these usually neutral outlets like a text aggregator and distributor are going to be forced into complying to one or the other. You're going to,
or at least pressured. It's basically just a public pressure campaign on mass text aggregators.
Right.
So yes, this is all to say, no, the DNC and the Biden administration are not going to be reading your texts. They are not going to be censoring vaccine information when you text your dad about vaccines. Right. It's not going to be adding a fact check to your texts with your mom. It's none of that, which, again, is almost exactly word for word what all these alternative, quote unquote, news sites are trying to scare you into thinking what's happening.
You know, it's almost, I would imagine, because Politico is pretty far left, are they not? They try to say they're in the middle, but Politico in general tends to
generally lean left. However, you know, there's been some times where they've surprised us. Okay. They were sort of the first ones to start criticizing Biden publicly, and other outlets followed suit. But yes, they are generally a left-leaning outlet.
Okay, so yeah, they're considered left of center. Yeah. So I could imagine with this little paragraph here, it's almost like the author. Who's the author here of this article from Politico? It was Natasha Koretsky and Eugene Daniels. It's almost like they knew that they can trigger conservatives and far rights with the way they worded this about text messages. Yeah. And they took, and a lot of conservatives and right wingers took the bait. The Republicans took the bait, made it into a big thing, and now you can, as Democrats or leftists or whatever, you can say, see, they don't know. Look at them sensationalizing. You can tear them down if they take the bait, and then, you know, they can build the straw man and they can take the straw man, and then you can tear down the straw man. So,
which really makes me sad and question that almost all of the alternative news sites, such as LifeSite News, Natural News, InfoWars, all these types of places, they fell right into the trap, but they did it so perfectly and so gracefully that it's almost as if it's a purposeful disinfo, COINTELPRO, opposition operation. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It makes me really question a lot of these alternative news sites and where their allegiance actually lies, because it's incredibly hurtful. First of all, emotionally to me, but it hurts the whole alternative news idea. The idea that we don't need, some giant corporate behemoth news site to actually do some reporting, that we can, find some truth elsewhere, is really damaged by this type of activity by these alternative news sites. So I really would encourage everybody to take this into consideration. Any alternative news site telling you that Biden is reading your text messages and they're going to censor your vaccine texts, they are, again, either not putting the time and the energy and the care that you deserve in your truth news or whatever, or they are purposefully manipulating you to make alternative thinkers look bad. And neither of those options are very good. So again, I'm not saying only get your news from the mainstream, but you need to come at alternative news sites with the same skepticism that you come to any major news site, CNN, Fox News, whatever the major corporation is. I see way too many people take alternative news at its word, and it's damaging to the whole idea of looking for truth. And it can be used by the powers that be to make us look silly.
Yeah, and so revisiting this New York Post headline, DNC Biden allies want phone carriers to vet anti-vax messages report. Again, it's a little... They were careful. I would say they were careful enough, but also there's only like 2 paragraphs about the actual SMS thing. The rest of it is different stuff. Like it's about the door-to-door thing. It's a good
opportunity to just talk about a bunch of other stuff.
It's all about clicks ultimately, which is unfortunate, but it's true.
It's the advertising industry.
The advertising industry, yeah.
They don't even need you to believe it, but if the headline's crazy enough that you click on it, they make money. Yeah. So anyways, there you go. That's your debunker bunker for the day.
You want the jingle one more time?
Heck yeah, I want the jingle. Get to the bunker!
The debunker bunker.
All right. Well, we got a quick thing on CRISPR before we will go into the break. And what happened to my CRISPR jingle? Here it is.
You can't take the
CRISPR.
You can't take the
Cas9.
Oh, before I do, real quick, Fauci, the reason why we named the episode Scammer and Sickle, and then people have pointed this out before, but I thought it was interesting to point out again. Fauci is an Italian surname. It is derived from the Sicilian word for sickle.
Weird, huh?
And originated as an occupational surname referring to metatomically to makers of sickles. And so, got the hammer and sickle, but we also have the scammer and sickle.
Ooh, very good.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
Why we named the episode that. And moving on here to the Wall Street Journal, WHO panel issues gene editing standards aimed at averting DNA dystopia. Whoa. Yeah,
Whoa.
and then says here, and I highlighted some stuff, a World Health Organization expert advisory panel Monday issued 2 new reports recommending that implementation of global standards aimed at preventing unscrupulous, inequitable, and potentially dangerous uses of CRISPR and other gene editing technologies. The reports call for efforts to develop global standards, the establishment of an international registry of gene editing experiments, and a way for whistleblowers to report concerns. The release comes more than 2 years after a Chinese researcher triggered international outrage when he revealed that he had used CRISPR to produce the gene-edited babies. The committee, made up of ethicists, policymakers, and lawyers, said in the report that the use of gene editing had evolved dramatically since they set out in December 2018 to develop a governing framework, and that recent successes in altering the DNA of people with lethal diseases has opened up ethical challenges. And we've been tracking this since the beginning of when they talked about this board here. Reports described several scenarios that the proposed strategies might help prevent. And again, every time they have scenarios, it usually means that it's already happening, right?
Yeah.
Including conducting gene editing trials in low-income countries to develop therapies that would ultimately be too costly for all but the wealthiest ones to buy. Unscrupulous clinics offering unsafe or ineffective gene editing services to people desperate to overcome potentially life-threatening conditions, and the use of gene editing for enhancing traits such as athletic ability. We want people to look at what is happening now and what we need to do to shape the way research will proceed, said committee member Francios Bayless, a professor at Dalhousie University in Halifax, Canada, and an expert on the ethics of human gene editing. At a press conference on Monday in Geneva, WHO chief scientist Dr. Soumya Swaminathan said that given how rapidly the landscape is changing, she expected WHO, the World Health Organization, to review the recommendations in no more than 3 years, quote, to see what has changed and if things are getting better. Which, again, leads me to believe that there's a lot more CRISPR gene editing with, perhaps hybrids and stuff like that going on than the public is leading us, or at least telling us about. And especially if you're going to believe Alex Jones.
They've been creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
The article goes on. They talk about a guy named Jeffrey Kahn, director of Johns Hopkins Barnard Institute of Bioethics and a member of the commission that published last year's report, praised the new reports for laying out issues that need to be addressed, but said countries couldn't necessarily be counted on to cooperate. Quote, it is still a very open question in my mind of who is responsible for doing it and who is going to step up, Dr. Kahn said. Again, this is more conversations moving towards that one world government, that like, hey, this decentralized governance at the world scale is not going to work with things like CRISPR. We're going to have rogue countries. Look at China. Look what they did. And then they go into Dr. He, who's his name is He Jiankui.
This is the guy who made the CRISPR babies.
Yep. he genetically modified babies to withstand or like be able to be immune to HIV.
Not catch AIDS, and also made them smarter somehow.
Right. In the new reports, the committee acknowledged it cannot impose the proposed standards, and that the successful implementation of a system for reporting potentially unethical experiments would require, quote, a cultural change. Talk about building back better, talk about a great reset, talk about all that stuff. We haven't really talked about those issues in the context of CRISPR, but a cultural change, especially in the realm of ESG and everything else, that would be very helpful to the elite to create that kind of atmosphere where, hey, we don't want bad things to happen with gene editing technology, so let's all come together as a world and come up with standards. And
did this say that they were creating a test to see if someone was CRISPR'd?
I don't know about a test, but they definitely have certain standards. Maybe testing certain individuals, but definitely they're looking for transparency from rogue nations and stuff like that. Which why wouldn't rogue nations do that, especially if they're building super soldiers like Russia?
Yeah.
So here's the a 2-minute clip here from Wall Street Journal. It's kind of a news piece here on the event in China. I think it's in China. Maybe it was somewhere else. Where Dr. He, is his first public appearance, and it was very interesting. So let's check this out.
The doctor who sparked global outrage by claiming to produce the world's first genetically modified babies faced his peers for the first time at this conference in Hong Kong.
As you can see, there's a big demand to know exactly what you did.
How you understand your responsibility to these children.
He was grilled by bioethicists, regulatory experts, and fellow doctors, but he remains sketchy on the details of his experiment.
I don't know how to answer this question.
There has been a failure of self-regulation by the scientific community.
The world has moved on to the stage for embryo gene editing. There will be someone somewhere who is doing this. If it's not me, it's someone else.
The news of the birth startled the scientific community.
The general feeling amongst the scientific community is that we shouldn't go ahead yet. But you went ahead without really discussing with people. That's how it seems.
I also consulted with several experts.
As someone who's been involved in the genesis of the CRISPR-Cas9.
This is Jennifer Doudna. She's the lady who basically owns all the patents for CRISPR out here in America. This is her speaking on the issue.
Of the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology, I feel deeply disturbed. It's inappropriate and something that we had been working hard to avoid.
Why you choose to cross this line?
What is our responsibility as scientists and doctors?
May we know your future medical care plan for these babies?
How did you convince the parents?
Scientists here are worried about the safety of the CRISPR technology, and many cast doubt on whether He really did what he claims. His experiment would be banned in many places, such as the US. For his part, He says he supports using gene editing for diseases and not for improving humans. He also claims that there is a second woman carrying a genetically modified baby in China.
Are there any current pregnancies with embryos that have been genome edited as part of your clinical trials?
There's another potential pregnancy.
He's super soft-spoken. I feel bad for the guy a little bit because this entire conference is just everybody grilling him. And he's sitting there
I was
like...
going to say, this is a big shame session.
I know. And then they asked him, is there anybody else? And he's like, there's another pregnant woman. He's just like, he's afraid.
Again, hey.
He's afraid that they're just going to go after him right then and there, just storm the stage. But, it's interesting. This guy, he really just took the rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, just went for it. And he claims he had the authority of the Chinese government, or at least certain experts or whatever. And of course, his claims, it said in the report that he claims that it's not to enhance humanity, it's just to help people and stuff like that. But this is an interesting time for all this stuff. I continue to say that if we're at this point publicly, then behind closed doors, in underground bunkers, wherever, all across somewhere on the whatever shape you think the world is, there are beings out there already that or have been experimented on to a degree that is probably very disturbing if we really knew exactly what was going on. And, that's pretty much why, and this topic in particular of, genetic modification, hybridization, all this kind of stuff was the reason why the Bible to me was so amazing, looking at all the Genesis 6 stuff, because Jesus talked about the time of his return, and it had to do with this topic.
But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
And so for the World Health Organization to suggest standards to prevent a DNA dystopia, you've got to think, well, they must have what they need already. You know what I mean? They must have figured out, or at least have in their arsenal, what they need, in terms of this technology.
Yeah.
So now let's make sure the world doesn't, figure stuff out on their own. Let's make sure that we prevent the common public world from progressing too quick, or monitor their progress so that we can stay ahead of what they're trying to pull off.
It's been an interesting journey, us following this CRISPR thing, Gons. I mean, even when it first was announced, we're like, oh, this is pretty sketchy. Of course, this is, trying to make connections then. And then the movement of at-home CRISPR experiments people were doing. And then, of course, Dr. Hay and his CRISPR babies. And it went all the way from like, listen to this weird thing that scientists did. Oh no! Oh, people are doing it in their garages. Oh no! Oh my gosh! There's babies and oh no! And all the way up to the World Health Organization gathering a panel of shame to come together and make big changes, all within like 5 years or something.
I know,
crazy.
It's crazy. And just as kind of a counter to this idea and what CRISPR is doing, here are a few headlines from different outlets that highlight, again, some of the progress being made here. So this first one is from phys.org. Sweet success. First precision breeding of sugarcane with CRISPR-Cas9. And the summary here, 2 recently published innovations by University of Florida researchers at the Department of Energy Center for Advanced Bioenergy and Bioproducts Innovation, CABI, demonstrated the first successful precision breeding of sugarcane by using CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing, a far more targeted and efficient way to develop new varieties or variants.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
FierceBiotech.com headline, Penn team, that's Pennsylvania, Penn State, team uses CRISPR to edit out genetic disease before and after birth of mice.
Oh, wow.
And it says researchers at the University, I guess it's University of Pennsylvania, not Penn State. University of Pennsylvania say they now have proof of concept that correcting Hurler syndrome with a gene editing system CRISPR before birth is possible. In a study, they used an adeno-associated virus serotype 9, AAV9, vector to deliver an editor to prenatal mouse models of Hurler syndrome, which corrected the mutation in cells of the liver and heart, they reported in Nature Communications. And then correcting the cells in both the liver and the heart in mice before birth has had a positive ripple effect, improving skeletal, metabolic, and cardiac functions and boosting survival over untreated animals, the researchers reported. So there you go. It's you're able to edit out genes, before they, at the embryonic stage.
Before and after.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is the craziest part.
And then today.rtl.lu, gene editing blocks virus transmission in human cells.
Oh, Oh, there it is.
There it is. Scientists have used CRISPR gene editing technology to successfully block the transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in infected human cells, according to research released Tuesday, that could pave the way for COVID-19 treatments.
And that's the next step.
That is.
If we've been trying to go back and forth and figure out, about the mRNA. A lot of it is semantics, but technically, is it changing your gene? Is it just telling it to express differently, but not rewriting it, et cetera, et cetera? But yeah, full-on gene editing, blocking transmission of COVID-19. That's where you get into the full-on, changing your DNA because of COVID-19.
Right.
That would be the interesting implementation that. Lots of people have talked about it, but how the mRNA vaccine, not necessarily the mark of the beast, but sort of a step towards normalizing gene editing, or at least using genetics and tampering with it for different reasons on a mass scale. But here you go. The next step would be full gene editing using CRISPR for COVID reasons.
Right.
And that's a little bit more concerning.
Yeah, it says here, writing in the journal Nature Communications, researchers in Australia said the tool is effective against viral transmission in lab tests, adding that they hope to begin animal trials soon. And then, quote, once the virus is recognized, the CRISPR enzyme is activated and chops up the virus.
Whoa.
You got a little flippy arm with a knife in there, just chopping up the virus.
You got the knife-wielding flippy arm on nanobots.
We targeted several, this is another quote, we targeted several parts of the virus, parts that are very stable and don't change, and parts that are highly changeable, and all worked very well in chopping up the virus.
Wow.
The technique also succeeded in stopping viral replication in samples of so-called variants of concern, such as alpha. So there you go. Even the variants can be chopped up.
Oh.
But here's my question. If you can chop up this virus, can it chop up other things on accident?
No, because they ran the flippy arms through the simulations.
Oh, right. Okay.
They know that's right. Wow.
Final quote here. Quote, this approach, test and treat, would only be feasible if we have a cheap, oral, and non-toxic antiviral. That's what we hope to achieve one day with this gene scissors approach. So there you go. This is going to... and we mentioned how, very early on in the whole pandemic situation, that CRISPR will eventually make its way into the conversation.
Right.
And here we are. And interesting timing with all the other stuff happening with Dr. Hay and all the editing of actual people and all that going on too. So
yeah, been a while since we've had a serious CRISPR update too. That just about makes up for it, I think.
Well, there's been a bunch, and we just it was all so in the weeds in terms of like, hey, this scientist figured out a little thing here, and this scientist did some breakthrough here.
Bigger things to talk about.
Right. So.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Well, I think maybe we should take a little break.
Let's take a break.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're just going to take a quick break, celebrate some producers, have a little producer party. So don't go anywhere, because after the break, we've got some updates, some very big updates on the Great Reset, as well as some politics here. It's a nice full second half of show, so stick around. But before we get there, we want to thank some of our producers. That's right, I said producers. You may have noticed no advertising, no affiliate codes, no super cool supplements to be sold, none of that. It's because we're on the value for value model, baby. And to explain the value for value model, it's very simple. We create value. We do the show 3 times a day. 3 times a week. We try so hard at it. And if you get any value out of it, you can put some value back in. And we had a note come in, Gons, from a producer who sent us some information about what the V4V, the value for value model, means to him. And I'm hoping maybe it'll resonate with some listeners out there today. Are you ready to hear the note?
Let's hear No.
This is coming from Samuel. Thank you very much, producer Samuel. And we'll read the first half of your note later on, Samuel. Don't you worry. But Samuel writes, I appreciate the value for value model and have enjoyed watching your metamorphosis as to how you have approached the topic of asking for support over the past couple of years, especially yours, Basil, ... I can't tell if that's a compliment or if I should be afraid, especially yours, Basil, ... What you're doing now is fairly eloquent and succinct, driving the point home while not being overbearing. Obviously, there is always room for improvement, which is why I think the one producer's suggestion to have supporters give testimony is great. It is great. That's what we're doing now. I believe it was him, or perhaps the next guy who wrote in, that I identify with completely. As a construction worker and single father, I find little time to wade through the mess that is the mainstream news, or alternative news outlets for that matter.
There you go.
What a relevant,
very appropriate to today's show.
He put there, yes.
Yep.
You guys do a great job of filtering through the chaos in order to bring to your listeners not only stories that are interesting or fringy, but also informative and relevant to daily life. Thanks to the likes of CCNT and NA, that's No Agenda, I know way more about the finer and, all caps, accurate details of what's going on in the world. Parenthetical COVID, China, cyber hacks, supply chain disruptions, climate change, Great Reset, etc. than pretty much anyone I know. Yeah, I would say that's a huge plus for Canary Cry listeners and No Agenda listeners. You are much more informed than your average person,
and balanced too. You're not freaking people out with your takes necessarily.
Not all partisan.
Not always. Yeah.
And I remember late 2019, early 2020, when you guys were talking about and offering prayers to those suffering in China due to, quote, some weird virus going around while they were trying to celebrate their new year. And pretty much no one else was covering that. Yeah. Do you remember that? I was reminded here by Samuel when some weird little virus was just popping up. 10 people in China have a weird little virus way before any notion that it could be what it is today. Wow. Good recall there, Samuel. Likewise, in my workplace and family, I'm usually the first to know about crazy things that are coming down the pike, thanks to your logical analysis, tracking of certain individuals, organizations, and connecting of dots most news analysts wouldn't even know were in the same picture. And I don't even have to listen to Alex Jones scream at me about it.
We're made by the aliens.
Nor listen to Tim Pool speak alarmingly monotone at me.
I don't listen to much or watch much Tim Pool, but I thought that was a funny description. I did
alarmingly monotone.
I clicked into a Tim Pool episode and kind of sat there for a few minutes. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that. He's just like even keel, not too high, not too low.
Well, there you go. Well, Alec, we're right in the middle of Alex Jones screaming and Tim Pool alarmingly monotone. I just download the latest CCNT and NA into my podcatcher and go about my business. It's great. And as much as you guys get support from the Illuminati, I believe you are both genuine and truly desire to help others. We do. Thank you. Thank you for all the work you do, and may Yahweh bless you both and the good works of your hands. May he provide to you all the necessary resources for bringing believers together and for providing an impartial voice of reason and discernment in these hectic, confusing, and evil times. May the peace and grace of our Master Yahushua, Messiah, be with you always. In Yahushua's name, Amen. Amen. Sincerely, Samuel W. Yes, and he has a PS here, but we'll save that. So thank you very much, Samuel W., for letting us know the value of the value for value model. It's so wonderful to hear your nice words about how we do things around here. And it's nice to know that it is landing, that what we're trying to do is being communicated, and that we are succeeding in trying to be sort of reasonable and logical, but not take ourselves too seriously and not get swept up in the partisanness and the craziness that seems to be infecting so many people. And there you go. That's why Samuel chooses to be a producer of the show, and we thank him so much for that. And on top of that, you don't need to get advertised to, which is a huge bonus. You don't need to wade through the mind control of advertising like we saw with all those, or as we talked about earlier, with the alternative news sites that'll literally just write whatever they need to write to get you to click. Don't care if it's true. Don't do any research. Don't check any sources or even try to call somebody to figure out the truth. But instead, as long as you click on it, they get paid for those 33 ad slots. So none of that here, baby.
I like Malik's response in the chat here. Chill. Chill.
Thanks, Malik, one of our producers.
Contributing to the conversation.
That's right. You're doing a great job, Malik. So there you go. So that's why we are on the value for value model. It's wonderful. It's easy. And of course, we don't want to pressure anybody into doing so, but we do see it as a spiritual movement, even more than an economic movement. You know, it's like the Bible says, where your heart is, there so is your, I'm messing this up, is your treasure. And, you know, when you really have your heart in a piece of media and you put your treasure there, I believe that it's a spiritual movement. You know, you can find certain degrees of freedom and progress in that you maybe necessarily can't get with partaking in media that is sponsored by the mind control of advertisements, trying to bundle you up like a piece of, like a commodity, and ship you off and sell you. Because when you're being advertised to, you think you're getting something for free, but in fact you are the product. Right. But not here. Anything else to say, Gons?
No, I don't want to step on what producer Samuel sent us there. So let's go on with thanking some producers, including producer Samuel coming up here in a moment.
Let's do it. The first way to do that is by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk. And we have some new producers over there. Gons, are you ready?
Ready.
First producer coming in is producer CS.
C.S. Lewis?
Yes, C.S. Lewis.
Yes.
Is now a producer of the show.
Got one.
Beyond. Thank you very much, C.S. Lewis. Next up, we have producer Gale.
Thank you, producer Gale.
That is the Gale crater on Mars, where the most recent rover landed.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Gail. And Gail sent a note, says, just a note to thank you for all the razzle-dazzling and gonzo-bazzling. That is wonderful. Razzle-dazzling and gonzo-bazzling. Wow, Gail, thank you for that gift that you have just given me. I thank God for all the hard work you do to blast out the truth. By the way, did you get my message about the creepy text I got? Here it is. Tell me what you think. This was a creepy text. Quote, receive payment up to $666 for participation in the study. Doctors in your area are researching investigational medicines for people living with osteoarthritis. If you are 40 to 85 years of age and have been diagnosed with osteoarthritis, please, these research studies may be of interest to you. Visit same.
This link is dead, by the way. Whatever this link was, it's dead now.
Yeah, so it's sameimmediate.com to learn more. Wow, that is a creepy text. You can get $666 to help research osteoarthritis. Hope you didn't do it. I don't think you did, Gail.
No, probably not.
XXXXXXX. Oh. Jersey girl stuck in a California world. Thank you very much, Gail. Appreciate it for your note and your producership. You're the best. Now,
I was going to say that is a weird text message, but it's always kind of, I don't know. it always makes me wonder. Like, don't the people, even if it is legit, let's say it is legit, why the 666? Is there a quota they have to meet? Is there?
Yeah, just forget about it. No, don't answer any spam texts that come to you. That they're usually phishing operations.
Yeah.
So no, do not participate.
They're Russians.
In any random requests to participate in scientific experiments, because those are sent out by the text SMS aggregators that we talked about earlier. Next, we have patreon.com/CanaryCry.Radio. You are currently listening to Canary Cry News Talk, our news show. But Canary Cry Radio is our interview style show we've been doing since 2012. You can search that on your podcast player there. And we like to thank producers who support that show as well. Patreon.com/CanaryCry.Radio. And our first producer is producer Grant.
Thank you, producer Grant.
Thank you very much, Grant. Next, we have producer Mad Scientist TX. We have a mad scientist in Texas.
All right.
Producing the show. Thank you very much. And Mad Scientist in Texas came in at the 33, I forget what it is, 3311, 3316, whatever the level is. He's one of our Illuminati handlers. Thank you very much, Mad Scientist.
Thank you, Mad Scientist TX.
But if you don't like Patreon, that's okay. A lot of people don't like Patreon. You do what you want. We support you. Either way, that's why we have CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCryRadio.com/support is your one-stop shop for producing the show. You can read about the value for value model. You can learn about the roundtable of knights and dames. You can support the show with cryptocurrency, or you can come in on PayPal. There's a lot of PayPal options. You can support the show on a monthly basis, a set it and forget it recurring producership. But if commitment is not your thing, you can come in with a one-time producership in any amount. Gons, who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
Well, the first person to thank for today's show, other than the knights and dames out there and the recurring producers on the PayPal list there, is Samuel W.
Woo! Thank you very much, Samuel W. Samuel W. is coming in with $77.33. Dun, dun, dun. Great number. Thank you very much, $77.33. And I think that might qualify him as one of our Illuminati handlers for today's show. And he had another part of his note, Gons, and this we had to read. It's a little long, but it is very valuable content, and everybody needs to listen up. Here we go. The note goes like this. Okay. Basil and Gons, I feel oddly or appropriately led to share this with you. Disclaimer. Things get weird right off the top. Are you ready, Gons? Ooh, some sound effects?
Not some night ambiance, because it was in a dream, right? Okay,
here we go. Well, here we go. I woke up from a dream this morning that went like this. The main character in the dream was Gons, who was a professional wrestler. Or maybe he was training to become one. Either way, he was wearing something akin to an Andre the Giant leotard. I think that'd be a great look for you, Gons.
Yeah.
He was in a dark room that was kind of like the study of a Bond villain or something, with a red velvet chaise lounge and a champagne bucket on the table next to it. The room was connected to another room by some stairs that went up to a weight training area and also had an official-sized wrestling boxing ring in it. This was the personal gym and lounge area in what seemed to be his house, which was a mansion. Wow, Gons, you are a wealthy wrestler.
All right, I like it so far.
Now, the weird thing was that in the dream, I was not looking at the scene from a third-person perspective, but rather, I was viewing all of this through Gons' eyes, as if I was playing an open-world video game in first-person camera view. It was VR, Gons. He was playing the Gons experience in VR, it sounds like. Essentially, I was Gons. It's like a being John Malkovich type of situation. So, as Gons, I was sitting on the Shea Lounge and was talking on the phone to my best buddy Basil, who is also a pro wrestler. Yes. Now, The bucket on the table didn't have any champagne in it. Instead, there were 20 or 30 wafer-like protein bars, all sticking out of something reminiscent of whipped cream or marshmallow fluff. Ooh, trying to bulk up, Gons. Gons, sat eating protein bars like potato chips with French onion dip when I, Gons, said somberly to Basil on the phone, "No matter how much I eat these things and train, I can't get as swole as you are." Basil replied, "It's all good, man. You just gotta stick with it and you'll get there in no time." Then I woke up. Thoroughly bewildered, I got out of bed to conduct my normal Tuesday morning routine. Brew some yerba mate, relax, wake up, read the Bible, and get ready for work, which is when I usually load up a podcast for the day. Typically, either you guys, No Agenda, Rise on Fire, or any number of other podcasts or videos in my queue. Today, having already downloaded yesterday's CCNT the night prior, I hit the play button. And immediately you started talking about setting up a boxing match between the two of you, and then went straight into the Flippy update about pro wrestler The Rock Dwayne Johnson. Dun dun dun. This is a pretty incredible series of events.
I know.
This can only mean one of two things. One, you should definitely go through with the fight. You will make a ton of money on ticket and PPV sales, pay-per-view sales, though I guess you can expect Gons to lose. Yeah, I think so. That seems like a good analysis. Or, number two, you should definitely not do the fight because Gons will get severely hurt, not only causing bodily harm, but potentially affecting our friendship, your guys' friendship, and therefore hurting the show. I will leave it up to you to decide which of these two interpretations is the correct one. I suppose a third interpretation would be that you need to figure out some way for people to view the fight from either Gons or Basil's or both POV, which would be a PPV windfall for sure. That's not a bad idea, Gons. If we do our fight, we do a pay-per-view, but we wear VR cameras on our faces, then we could progress the sport of broadcasting amateur boxing. In any event, I ended up enjoying the show, as pretty much always the case, so I figured the dream was at least a sign I should show you guys some support. I'm sorry I don't give more often, but I try to do when I can, and then it seems when Elohim wants me to give. Even if I don't think I can afford it, he makes me dream I was Gons. Wow, powerful testimony, Samuel W. Thank you very much. And this also fits in with the discussion, I believe it was last episode, or maybe two, about the dream advertising.
Oh, right.
Our dream advertising
worked.
Whoa,
that is insane.
Isn't that crazy? I think it was the same episode, but it might have been before. But yes, what a conglomeration of events all hitting at once to get Samuel to produce the show.
I think it was episode 360 where we talked about the dream, the Coors Light dream hacking to try to get people to buy their beer.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We dream hacked Samuel.
We really figured out whatever frequencies that we were tapping into there with Samuel's brain. At nighttime, he had to process some things, and for whatever reason, it was
Let this be a lesson to everyone. If you have a dream about Gons and I being weightlifters and pro wrestlers, it's a call to support the show.
It's a call to support the show with your producership.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Samuel. And here's the thing.
Thank you, Samuel.
It was a long note, but it was worth it.
It was definitely
appreciate
worth it.
And yeah, it's funny too, because usually, hearing about somebody else's dream is pretty much the most boring possible thing in the world. But this was excellent, especially since it accurately portrayed which one of us would win in a fight. Thank you very much, Samuel. All right, who's next, Gons?
I would say that's the only inaccurate part. You haven't seen me rage.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see on the pay-per-view. We got to keep hyping this fight. It's the only way we're going to sell tickets.
Yeah. Although, I'm a little older than you. I'm going to be like 40 by the time we do this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be You hit a 40-year-old man.
Watch Basil beat up an old man.
Yeah. Shirley Y.
Thank you very much, producer Shirley Y. Came in with $70.33. Interesting. Such similar production amounts.
Yeah,
that is interesting. Thank you very much, Shirley. And producer Shirley is one of our Illuminati handlers for the day and sends a little note. Hello, my little brothers in Christ, little tiny brothers in Christ. I am sending $70.33 for a gift. July 15th, 2021. I will be 70 years old. I graduated in 1969 in the middle of flower power, free love. Parenthetical, no such thing. There was always a string attached. Yeah, amen, Shirley. Nothing is free. Well, salvation is free, paid for by the blood of Jesus the Christ, a.k.a. Yeshua HaMashiach. Gons, I think my mom, she is 92, met you at a biblical convention some years back. Wow. Maybe hear the Watchmen. Thank you for your love of Jesus. I enjoy y'all's programs greatly and how you present the news. I send y'all's links out to family and friends. I live in Houston, Texas. If either of you are in the area, let me know ahead of time. We will have a spare room made up for you and family. Hoping that'll be nice. Yeah, that's great. I love our Texas people. They're so accommodating.
Hospitable,
yeah, hospitable. Hoping there will be a meetup in Houston. Well, you could always put one on, Shirley.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to donate through CanaryCry. She says canaryradio.com/support. CanaryCry.radio.com/support. Just wanted y'all to know how much I appreciate your programs. I am a special ed administrator. It says SPED. I'm assuming that's special ed administrator. With 13 schools and support, and I do a lot of Houston traffic driving. Y'all's programs make my day. Shirley, a.k.a. Texas Ecclesia. Wow. Thank you very much, producer Shirley. And my goodness, happy birthday tomorrow.
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
Razzle dazzling, Gons and Basilin. Happy birthday to you, Shirley.
Yeah.
Happy 70th birthday. Wow.
70, a pretty biblical number, too.
That's right. It's going to be a good year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shirley, and we'll give Shirley a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Because 70, you're on a streak if you're...
Okay.
You hit 70.
Sure.
You're doing well. Okay. Thank you, Shirley. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Next up, we have producer Gary H.
Whee! Thank you very much, Gary H. I did not see a note from Gary. Did you see a note from Gary?
I didn't see one either, but we've hung out with Gary.
Yeah. Gary's been a long-time producer and listening to the show. Thank you very much, Gary.
Yep, appreciate it, Gary. Good to hear from you. Next up, we have Spears Desert.
Spears Desert is back, baby. Thank you very much. Spears Desert comes in with 3333 Illuminati handler for today's show. And a note that says, I hope I can help Basil get a new VR controller. You can, and you did. Thank you very much. I don't have it yet, but I'm going to order it probably today if I'm good at remembering.
All right.
Thank you very much, producer Spears. Denver.
You're trying to type. I can see you
trying to do too many things at once.
It's hilarious. You should see him. You should see the letters popping onto the screen while he's talking.
Difficult
it's great.
to do with my broken controller.
All right, I'm going to move on here. Thank you, Spirits Desert. Next up, we have James H.
Thank you very much, James H. And James H. is on a streak.
He's on a streak. Oh, jingle. I could see you using your hand thing.
Having so much trouble.
It looks like you're trying to fish. It's hilarious.
James
like you're throwing a line.
On a streak, 14 episodes in a row. Thank you very much, James H. And I didn't see a note, so thank you very much.
Thank you,
One
James
more,
H.
And you're gonna be Rocket Man. We gotta get that. Jingle set up.
Oh yeah. Okay. Next up, we have Christopher R.
Woo! Thank you very much, Christopher R.
Yep. Next, Christian D.
Christian D coming in. Thank you so much, Christian D. Appreciate it.
Had a note here. I had a long drive back from NorCal on Monday and I listened to the last podcast almost my whole way. My drive was so much better. Thanks, guys. Yeah, if you live in Southern California and you're driving back from Northern California, you can probably do it within 2 Canary Cry News Talk episodes. You'll be done with your drive the way we take our time with this show. So appreciate that, Christian D. Appreciate the producership. Next up, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
There he is. Sir Casey is on a streak. 31 episodes in a row. Charging it. Thank you very much, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Yep, getting close to that 33. You better come up with something really good for that one.
I have a couple options. We'll
have to go to the back room and talk about it.
Yeah, we'll have a production meeting.
Next up, we have producer Rebecca B.
Thank you very much, Rebecca B. And I think Rebecca B came in twice. Or once or twice, I think twice, at $7.12. And a note here, my $7.12 was supposed to be for Monday in honor of our 13th wedding anniversary. Woo. Thank you very much for the support, Rebecca B. And happy anniversary to you and yours.
Happy anniversary, yeah.
A razzle-dazzling, gonzin' bazzling wedding anniversary.
Yep.
I'm just trying to cement that term into the vocabulary right now.
All right. Next up, we have producer Ciara F.
Thank you very much, Ciara F. Coming in with a note. Hey, guys, I'm possibly going to add a meetup for those near the Washington-Canada border. If there are any Canadian Canarians who want to meet without having to quarantine, thinking about August 28th or August 29th. But if people are interested and think that is too soon, have them email me. Okay, yeah. So if you're in Canada or Washington and you want to meet on the Canadian border, next month, send an email. I'm going to tell you the email. Get ready to write it down. Put a note on your phone. Type it in. Maybe Guns. Type it into the chat there. The email is Ciara Lauren 93. That's CIARALAUREN 93 @gmail.com. Send her an email. And there you go, Canadians. This is your chance.
Okay, I guess there's a week. Ciara's planning a meetup in Georgia in August 21st, or on August 21st.
Well, she's going to be in Georgia, and then a week later, Washington.
She'll be in Washington, Canada.
Maybe she's doing these. Maybe she's just administrating meettps, and she's not being at all.
She's deployed her robot.
She's got
avatar.
Her clones. Yeah. Her avatars are attending or something. I don't know how she does it, but there you go. Thank you very much, producer Ciara, and Canadians. If you can make it to the Washington-Canada border, we got a meetup happening. Send an email to CiaraLauren93 @gmail.com.
Yep, and I'll just mention the meetup stuff for that she's leading anyway. Arizona meetup happened July 24th, 2021. 2021st is what I almost said. Nice. At 1 p.m. at Bible Museum Wildflower Bread Company. Again, CIA.
You're just saying she's
I'm just saying CIA. CIARALAUREN 93 @gmail.com. All the information at CanaryCry.Talk.com.
Okay.
All right. Continuing on here, we have
at CanaryCry.Talk.com. It's at gmail.com.
Oh, I said all right. Well,
I mean, we could get what is it, a G Suite account and give Ciara an official Canary Cry News Talk email.
Yeah, we could. We'll just call it CIA at CanaryCry.Talk.com.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Who's
next up? We have Scott K.
Scott K is on a streak. 24 episodes in a row, $3.62, the show number producership. Thank you very much, Scott K.
There's no thing at 24?
Nope, 27 is his next level.
Okay. Next up, we have producer James G.
Thank you very much, producer James G, coming in with 333, pocket full of threes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
One of our baby Illuminati handlers.
Our little tiny Illuminati handlers. And also another little tiny baby Illuminati handler is Kimberly W.
Thank you very much. Kimberly W. is on a streak. 17 episodes in a row, 333, pocket full of threes. Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they revile and persecute you and say all kinds of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. I would like to challenge, folks. I would like to challenge all Canarians to memorize the Sermon on the Mount with me. The early Christians called this passage the Gospel of Jesus, and it is the foundation of our faith and understanding of how we are to live, probably, as citizens of the kingdom of heaven. There you go. Challenge. Amen. Accepted. Thank you very much, Kimberly W.
And Kim W. is also leading the Oregon meetup. Sorry,
the Estacada meetup.
Estacada, Oregon / Southern Washington meetup, targeting August 7th. You can contact Maidservant of Christ 88 at protonmail.com to inquire about the meetup. They're going Bigfoot hunting.
Yep, do it. It's going to be fun. I wish that I lived closer to there, because meeting up with a bunch of Canarians and going looking for Bigfoot sounds like a blast.
Yeah.
So if you are in Oregon or Washington, again, email maidservantofchrist88 at protonmail.com. Go looking for Bigfoot with some other Canarians. It's going to be fun.
Yep. Lastly, here from PayPal, we have Tristan H.
Tristan H is on a streak. 18 episodes in a row, which means that Tristan H has gone supernova. Oh, jeez, guys.
I don't have the supernova jingle.
Where did all of our streak jingles go?
Okay, I have heating up, he's on fire, lit, boom shakalaka, walking on the sun, approaching supernova. Oh, that one, supernova.
This is Charlie, November Tango. You are approaching supernova. Repeat, you are approaching supernova.
Changing the label Tristan. Of that to supernova instead of approaching supernova.
Simplify. And Tristan H came in with $2.98. I don't know why. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Usually he's been very consistent with the show number producership, but he went rogue this episode, and that's
he's
okay.
In a time loop.
Tristan.
What can you do?
Thanks, Tristan.
All right. Well, thank you to all the producers of episode 362. We appreciate it. And we will continue to do as you produce the show. And other ways you can produce the show beyond your treasure is with your time and talent. You can give us timestamps as Jade Bouncerson did in the last episode 361. Thank you, Jade Bouncerson, for that. And of course, you can produce the show with jingles and with artwork.
One art, please.
Oh, by the way, we're going to be knighting Allie today.
That's right.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And her art comes in here. You have an Amish-looking man. And the caption, Rural American Amos responds to Kamala's comments about rural folk such as himself with an identity crisis of his own. Kamala, in her own words, Ebony Blaze meme art. Dame Allie of the Skeleton Nation. Wait, am I reading?
Yeah. That's a different part of the thing.
Oh, okay.
So yes, I see on our doc here. You got to grab that other art too.
I do. I have it.
There. Oh, okay, good. And yes, Allie did a wonderful job looking at a great black and white pencil drawing of Amos. He's an Amish-looking guy. He's got the beard, no mustache. Who needs it? He's got the flat-brimmed hat here and some pair of glasses. And he says, it says here, Amos sure wishes there was a Kinko's or an Office Max near him so that he could prove who he is. Yes, if only those rural people had any technological way to prove who they were. Oh, Kamala, you just can't get anything right, can you?
I think we were supposed to show the Kamala quote before, which is a picture of Kamala with the captions, "Of course people have to prove who they are, but not in the way that makes it almost impossible to prove who they are."
Yeah, there it is.
I think that's an exact quote. I think that's exactly what she said.
It's like, what? Of course we have to prove. Of course people have to prove who they are, but not in a way that makes it almost impossible to prove who they are. What are you saying? Vice President Kamala Harris.
It gives me physical ailments.
I know, it hurts. It hurts.
You know, I do remember there was a documentary, or maybe it was some podcast maybe that did a story on a girl who was born in Amish country and never got a social security number.
Mm-hmm.
And so she didn't have an identity, and like she couldn't do anything. She couldn't like go to school. Like once she tried to get out from the Amish community because she didn't have it, and she couldn't get a bank account, anything.
Yeah.
So
it makes sense. Sounds like that was part of the plan.
Sounds like Kamala was watching that and was like, how can they prove it?
I do want to be clear. Kamala was not talking about Amish people.
I know. She was talking about rural people.
She's talking
people
about
living in rural.
She means two things, because she said, again, in her own words, she's talking about rural people and also minorities. And minorities are not inherently rural, and rural people are not inherently minorities. The rural people are people who support voter ID laws. And minorities also do, if you believe the man on the street videos. It's just insulting to think that minorities don't have IDs or don't know how to get IDs. That is the inherent racism of the Democratic Party, but that's for another episode.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the artwork, Allie, and the captions. Effany Blaze, appreciate that as well. Keep it up, and we will knight Allie in a moment here.
Mm-hmm.
But before we do, we have to present some artwork from Dove. Dove's back. He says, "Peace. So after hearing the first Canary Swole radio update in weeks and your plans to revolutionize the computer fitness equipment industry, I decided to draw up an advertisement for your future business/podcasting exit strategy.
Mm-hmm.
No longer will we have to type documents out with our weak and feeble digits. We'll be smashing down buttons with our swole new phalanges flexing. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins."
Thank you very much, producer Dove. And what Dove has created here is a wonderful flyer, or maybe the design of a new webpage for America's #1 selling computer fitness equipment, new Tear the Cage in Half. And we've got Basil the Canary here looking just so beefy with his tank top that says sheesh. And it says here, dazzling results driven by science. Includes free shipping. And down in the bottom left here, you can see the before and after photos. You got to have the before and after photos on any hacky fitness equipment. By the way, the Canary is beefy Basil Canary is just on a computer. He's got a keyboard and a mouse here. But the before picture, you see a human hand, just regular human hand with the pointer finger extending, looking just regular and weak and lame. But the after 33 weeks, that is one so swole finger and hand. Yes, there are muscles on this finger and hand in places that God never intended. Thus is the power of the Canary Swole computer workout equipment. It says, bulk up now, experience the revolution. Call 1-800-2B-SWOLE to request a free DVD or to place your order today. I love this rendition of the Canary Cry News Talk logo here. Canary Swole Fitness. It's the blue circle, but you got the canary in there with a big old googly eye and flexing some massive biceps. Exclusively available at Sam's Club.
CanarySwole.com is the website, which I don't know. We should probably swoop that up.
We should probably do that right now. So give me a second. But thank you very much, producer Dove. Always nail it. Always beautiful. And always inspiring.
the free shipping you forgot to mention, over $666 of value.
Oh, of course. That is massive value, Gons. We got to call 1-800-2-BE-SWOLE right now. Don't visit the website yet because I'm still purchasing it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Well, there you have it. That's the artwork for today. I believe. I don't think I missed anyone. Could have forgotten
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Appreciate it, all the producers out there. And the time has come, Basil.
The time has come.
We are going to knight Dame Allie. And this was thanks to producer Jason, who was...
Yes. I also want to thank, there were many people.
Yeah, several people.
There were so many people. And I believe even on the same episode, Sir Sigurd the Beast came in with $100. So thank you very much. That
Over
will
the
also
Rainbow.
be Over the Rainbow, yes. And there was a few others. And we had some others offer to transfer their current balance over to Allie and all these things. So really a family effort getting Allie to official damehood. And yes, of course, we've actually been talking about it for a while and have had people bring it up to us. We just couldn't quite figure out a system off the top of our heads that we could be consistent with across the board. Of course we want to honorary Dame Allie, but we've got a lot of artists and a lot of people working towards damehood. So this was the way to do it. We don't need no universal basic producership for all. No, we come together and provide for those in the community as a family, because that's how it's supposed to be done. We don't need no government handouts. So thank you to everyone who contributed. But more than anything, thank you to Allie. Thank the people who did it, but thank you to Allie. Allie has been our longest running artist, providing art consistently every single episode. Do we have an official number?
I'm gonna have to go back and look.
It's at least 100 and probably more episodes straight. Allie delivering art, and a beloved member of the Canary Cry community and the Canarium in general. And so we are very pleased to call up Allie to the round table, and I'm ready to get started. Gons, hold on, let me pull out my VR sword. Very nice.
All right. I got my katana here.
Okay, we want to call up Allie. Thank you so much, Allie. Please step forward to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have a seat for you, thanks to your generous support of hundreds and hundreds of pieces of art produced for the show, and the amount of $1,000 or more credited towards your damehood. We are proud to pronounce you Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation, daughter of the High King of Heaven. Please join us at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have the belt of truthful truthiness, the breastplate of righteous righteousness, custom fit carry forth the gospel of peace, the shield of ferocious faith, the helmet of substantiating salvation, the supernatural sword of the spirit, and of course, adorable samurai babies, infinitely cute cutties for cuddling. And if you're hungry, we have fancy feast wet food, carved Cosmo the CRISPR cow, and of course, fried wormicorns. Welcome to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation, daughter of the High King of Heaven, and the crowd goes wild. We did it. Oh yes, they're still going wild. That's Thank you very much, Dame Allie. We will add you to the round table of Knights and Dames on the appropriate websites and things like that. And for those who are new to the show and maybe aren't aware of the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, it is a special place reserved for producers of the show who produce the show in the amount of $1,000 or more, either all at once or over a period of time. And we have a lot of producers working towards their knights and damehoods at all times. And we're very happy to say that the roundtable is growing. And today we thank Allie for her devotion to not just the podcast, but the mission as well.
Yep. Thank you so much, Ali, and congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right.
Okay, Gons, I think we are getting ready to wake up here, I believe. I am about to explode and need to use the restroom. I cannot go on any further. So I will just let you take it from here. Yes?
Yeah, sure.
And I'll be back in a few moments. But first, we should wake on up.
Okay, I'll wake up first, and then I'll send you off.
Thank you.
I'll do it very slowly.
Thank
as
you.
you find my way to the jingle here.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
All right, Basil, go, do your thing. Okay. All right, I did not expect that. Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, we're doing stuff on the Great Reset.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side.
And we've been tracking BlackRock, and it's been interesting because we did our ESG breakdown back in the beginning of June. We talked about the ESG initiative and how BlackRock was leading the way. And, we weren't the first people to talk about ESG, but we definitely did a deep rabbit trail on it to show how invasive it is in all of the world institutions. And it was interesting to see Adam Curry of the No Agenda Show go on Joe Rogan. I think it was last week, or maybe, I think it was late last week, and talk about ESG. And then Zero Hedge picking up on ESG, and a lot of people started talking about it. So it's good. There's a little bit more awareness about what this is. And but most people are missing that BlackRock is very much leading the charge when it comes to it. And this is another example here. BNNBloomberg.ca. BlackRock's Fink urges World Bank IMF overhaul for green era. And no surprises there. BlackRock Inc. Chief Executive Officer Larry Fink told global leaders the World Bank and International Monetary Fund are outdated and require a total overhaul if they're to marshal the trillions of dollars in investment needed to bring sustainability to the developing world. Specifically, he called for a rethink, in quotes, for their role as financiers. Instead of lending money themselves to promote development and economic stability, the World Bank and IMF would be more useful if the transition to clean energy useful in the transition to clean energy as insurers that reduce risk for private investors. Fink commented in prepared remarks to the Venice International Conference on Climate, part of the weekend meetings of the Group of 20 in Italy, the G20. Larry Fink, Chief Executive Officer of BlackRock Inc., gestures as he speaks during a Bloomberg event on the opening day of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland on Tuesday, January 21st. What is this? Is a caption of a picture or something? Weird. Quote, "There is private capital that can be mobilized for the emerging markets, but we need to rethink the way the international financial institutions can support low-carbon investments at scale," he said of the two organizations established 77 years ago in the waning days of World War II. "We need a financing system that isn't built around bank balance sheets," end quote. A representative from the IMF declined to comment, and the World Bank didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Fink, arguably the world's most powerful investor with about $9 trillion under management at New York-based BlackRock, used his speech largely to highlight what he considers flaws or risks in the approaches many countries are taking to reach net zero emissions. He flagged the unintended consequences of climate-related regulation on public companies and the potential for politically untenable US $100 a barrel oil if fossil fuel demand doesn't slow fast enough. BlackRock has made a big bet on sustainable investing in the past 2 years and stands to benefit as more capital flows to environment-friendly solutions. The financing challenge, as Fink sees it, is creating, quote, long-term durable returns in developing economies for private investors who shudder at the prospect of steep losses or wild volatility. His solution, using a crisis fighting tool developed by the U.S. Treasury as a model, is turning the World Bank and or IMF into first loss guarantors. So very interesting. He's basically calling out the IMF and World Bank and saying, if you don't change, you shall disappear. And you know, we often talk about the power of the infrastructure or the powers that be and how much influence they have on the world. And it is fascinating to consider that a company, BlackRock, has this type of influence in what he is saying over the IMF and World Bank. Because most of the time when we have conversations in terms of economics, we bring up the World Bank and the IMF and the Federal Reserve even, and suggest they are in control. They're the problem. They're the reason why we can't excel and we can't distribute money properly and all this kind of stuff, which is true. It's all true stuff. But instead of, you know, tearing those organizations down in a tangible way, we have BlackRock come along. And, you know, if you guys remember my rabbit trail of BlackRock, it was interesting. You have the BlackRock Basil's back. Hold on, give me 1 second to get him back on board here.
Working on it, but my video is so blurry. Why are you blurry?
Super blurry. You're
weird.
You're like a fuzzy dream right now.
Yeah, what is going on? Sorry.
Samuel is having weird flashbacks to his dream.
Oh, I look so like heavenly.
You are glowing. It is very strange.
I don't know what's going on.
Is your camera? Does it have like finger smudges on it or something?
I just tried to wipe it. Let me try again.
Okay.
Let me try to wipe finger smudges with my finger.
Yeah, don't. I was gonna say you don't use your finger more.
I like the look. I look like I look like on that old show. What was it called? Oh, Seventh Heaven, maybe, or no, Angels. Remember the old '90s daytime television show that had angels? No,
I didn't watch daytime TV.
Oh,
ethereal. That's a good word.
Well, I look awesome. So there you go. For those who are just listening, I look so cool.
All right.
And there's nothing I can do about it. So let's get back to the story.
Hold on, I gotta resize you a little bit. Your little
okay.
Nephilim big.
So I caught a bit of the story there. This is Fink.
Yeah.
The BlackRock guy. He's almost seems to be threatening the World
That's
Bank.
what I was saying. I was trying to explain how usually we talk about these issues in terms of the World Bank, the IMF. They're in control of everything. There's, you know, they have so much influence, and if we don't, we got to get rid of them or whatever.
This it seems like PR though. It seems like a PR move, a virtue signaling PR move, where, you know, BlackRock obviously has had a ton of bad press lately for trying to turn America into a country of renters and purchasing all full neighborhoods and turning them into basically different versions of apartments complexes. And now he turns around talking to the World Economic Forum, or no, he's talking to the World Bank.
Yeah, and the IMF, and telling them if they don't overhaul, then they're going to go by the wayside. They're going to disappear. They're
Well, you know what this is? It's he's on the Great Reset train.
Oh, of course he is.
Yeah, this is he thinks, or at least is trying to portray himself and BlackRock as like a force for good. You know, we'll get rid of all this pesky ownership. We need to transfer fully into the Great Reset. And you know what? It's not BlackRock who's the bad guys here. We're bringing the future. BlackRock, we're the good guys. It's those pesky global banks that need to change, and if they don't change, they'll disappear. Yeah, this is a very big power move.
I don't like that BlackRock has basically hijacked the criticisms that have been a lot of truther types, libertarians even, they've been pointing out the issues with the World Bank, the IMF. He's hijacked that argument for the Great Reset. for the ESG initiative, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because
is PR.
Well, it's PR, but also I think he's right in some way in that, the World Bank and IMF will become completely obsolete in this new system unless they adapt.
Yeah.
And so maybe this is just a
and you can guarantee this adaptation that he's talking about will financially benefit BlackRock and its stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not surprising. Moving on here, in terms of reset and the world economy and all that kind of stuff. This is Forbes.com.
Yeah.
Mark
This
Zuckerberg.
is a very interesting one.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg has sold Facebook stock almost every weekday this year.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's crazy. Real quickly, I don't want to take too much time. After a year during which he didn't let go of any Facebook stock, Mark Zuckerberg is back to his selling ways. Since November 9th, 2020, the Facebook co-founder and CEO, who is worth $127 billion, goodness gracious, $127 billion, has unloaded shares nearly every business day, according to filings to the Securities and Exchange Commission. Overall, he sold 9.4 million shares, worth $2.8 billion over the past 8 months through Wednesday. You have $127 billion and you sell off 2.8. I don't know.
The question is, why does he want this cash? What is he doing with this cash?
Oh,
that's the big thing. He could be selling this stock, first of all, which it signals something.
Yeah,
if
signals
not
something. Yeah.
It's signaling perhaps a lack of faith in the continuing viability of Facebook, and which is not wrong, because as we've seen pushback against the big data practices of Facebook and other applications from Apple, who's basically sabotaged the big data business model through the Apple Store. I say sabotage the big data business, but really they're just giving users the ability to give or revoke permission for broad data collection practices by Facebook and others. Which, surprise, surprise, people are not giving permission to gather the big data. So that's already going to be a big hit on the Facebook bottom line. But, you've got he's had threats over the past year or so regarding monopolistic practices. You have websites all over the internet that are dropping the Facebook integration with their website. So it's obvious that things are not going to look so great for Facebook stock moving into the future. But what is he doing with this cash?
Well, it says here that 90% of the sales were made by his philanthropic and advocacy organization, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. A smaller portion, roughly $200 million after taxes, per Forbes' estimate, went into his own pocket. So he's only pocketing $200 million.
Okay. So it sounds like Great Reset funding. It's the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which is basically their Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Right.
And it's probably stockpiling some cash so he can participate in this, all these funding initiatives. You have Gates talking about the European funding initiatives for ESG projects, and Zuckerberg might be planning on getting in on the action.
Yep, and if he can turn that $200 million into $200 billion with the proper investments into certain companies that are compliant to the whole thing.
Well, that's just his own money.
Oh, yeah.
90% of, so you've got over $2 billion being activated by the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative.
You're saying the CZI is going to be the money that's going to be
yes, because
invested
all this ESG funding initiative that Gates is doing in Europe and around the world, this is all Gates Foundation money.
Right.
And so, there's been a big push towards, well, if we're going to do ESG, we need financing for ESG companies, for new green companies, for, $2 trillion was the estimate that we read on last show or the show before that's needed to be invested in companies to fix climate change and all this stuff.
Well, we've seen $2 trillion. We've seen as high as $50 trillion.
That's for Biden's full-scale global infrastructure thing.
Yeah, I thought it was just overall. Well, yeah, I guess it's all one thing, but
we've read a couple different reports. I think there's some subtleties in there, but the point being that the new trend is for these humongous Goliath, quote unquote, philanthropic organizations will be owning the companies that are building the Great Reset financial future. And I think Zuckerberg would be a goof if he did not activate $2 billion to get in on the action.
Right.
So I don't know that I don't know that that's what he's doing, but that's my first impression based on the trends we've been seeing.
Yeah. And, also, to kind of keep up with the other side of the ocean here.
Welcome to Chinese News!
Thought this was an interesting story. You want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. I don't even care. This is coming from CNBC.com. The headline, the Chinese tech giants that Beijing is cracking down on are backers of big U.S. IPOs. Oh, look at that. We finally have some explanation for China's anti-monopoly practices. As China's anti-monopoly and data security crackdown creeps into restrictions on U.S. IPOs, analysis shows that some of the country's biggest tech companies are deeply invested in those overseas stock offerings. Gaming and social media giant Tencent is by far the dominating corporate shareholder, with significant stakes in half of the 25 largest fundraises by Chinese companies issuing American Depository Receipts, ADRs, in the U.S. since 2017. That's according to CNBC analysis of publicly available data accessed through Wind Information and S&P Capital IQ. Chinese e-commerce giant Alibaba has a few holdings in the list of 25 companies, while other major Chinese tech companies like Xiaomi, Meituan, and Baidu each have stakes in one or two of the stocks, the analysis found. Also appearing frequently, typically with smaller stakes, were U.S. asset managers BlackRock and Vanguard. Oh my gosh. Well, while Shenzhen-based Tencent is best known for its video games and WeChat messaging app that's ubiquitous in China, the company has also grown into an investing giant. Tencent's holdings in publicly listed companies last year rose by 785.11 billion yuan, that's $122 billion, more than the 160 billion yuan in profit reported for the year. According to the company's annual report, that's not including its subsidiaries. Interesting. So it's investing, 5 times more than it's reporting in profit. The company itself is the largest listed in Hong Kong by market valuation. Tencent said Saturday it was notified by the market regulator of, quote, its decision to halt the merger of Huya and Duya based on the results of its antitrust review. Both companies are Tencent subsidiaries that listed in the U.S. in the last 3 years. However, on Tuesday, China's market regulator disclosed it approved Tencent's deal to privatize U.S.-listed search engine and text input company Sogou. Have you heard of Sogou?
No.
Yeah, me neither. For many startups in China, having a big tech company as a backer has often meant access to vast amounts of data on consumer preferences. But China's internet industry has also been ruthless. In a 2018 book called AI Superpowers, China, Silicon Valley, and the New World Order, Google's former China head Kai-Fu Lee said the local tech world resembled gladiator fights, where nothing was off limits, from copying innovations to launching smear campaigns. After years of loose regulation, China has intensified its crackdown on massive homegrown tech giants in the last several months, which we've been tracking here on the show. Interesting, a former Google China head wrote a book called AI Superpowers, China, Silicon Valley, and the New World Order.
Yeah, we actually covered this book when it first came out. And
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Yeah. I even I think I listened to like half of it.
Interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing too groundbreaking, but yeah, I thought it was interesting how he used the New World Order. In his context, it's not the same kind of New World Order as the Illuminati, that kind of thing. It's more of just a phrase that he's using to explain what this coming world system is like.
Sure.
Which, well, I guess in his view, or at least what he presents. And then the AI effect, saying that AI will completely change all of this and will be a key driving force in the resetting of economies and everything else. So yeah, and he had a big campaign in the U.S. For this book, and I don't know how much traction he got, but I think he is someone that's reachable if we want to interview him, Basil.
Yeah. Hey, if he's reachable, let's get him. Yeah, and the article goes on and kind of lists just some more companies that are involved in this thing. But it fits into the trend that we've been tracking, which is, strangely enough, China going on a anti-monopoly rampage, again, against companies that only got big because of the permission of the CCP. And it turns out it's part of the Cold War with China, the economic war. And they is very interesting what they're showing, which is we will assassinate our own big companies just to harm the U.S.
Well, I think that, and it just occurred to me that of a possibility. I'll just throw it out there. It's not flushed out thinking here, but because of this initiative, the ESG, the Agenda 2030 SDG stuff, it really is a worldwide, world-encompassing shift. Yeah, where nation states are going to lose some of their sovereign practices, and that includes China. And I say sovereign because, yes, they're the CCP, but they're CCP within the borders of China. But now there's so much scrutiny of their operations worldwide, unless you're for that kind of thing as a government, that I think it's all going to be destroyed. Not destroyed, but effect to change. And they see the writing on the wall. So why not curtail some of that, some of their monopolies, and tear it down, especially if it's going to hurt the U.S. More. It's kind of like siblings fighting, as the whole ship goes down. Where they're going to take out some of their own, but because we don't know what they're investing in, we don't know what they're building up in response or as an alternative. Because by the time you're tearing down certain sectors and industries and whatever, they likely have some things going that we just don't know about yet. And those are likely compliant to the greater worldwide agenda of green, whatever, the stuff Fink was talking about from BlackRock. And so these traditional companies that have gotten so big, the Tencents, the whatever, all these companies become somewhat expendable. Alibaba, Baidu. And so why not kind of start to tear them down a little bit, especially if they're going to start allocating some of their resources into newer startups or newer companies, whatever, that are still under the provision of China, but also jive with the greater global infrastructure that's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it's a loyalty test, really. I mean, on one hand, it is a loyalty test, which is, you've been sending Chinese money over to America? Okay, well, you're first on the list, first on the chopping block. And then secondly, I think it does work into, it is yet to be seen China's sort of role in the Great Reset thing, mainly because they don't talk about it much. And the Great Reset language mostly coming out of Europe and the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
But if China was wanting to show that they can play ball, this would be a great way to do it. It's kind of like mowing your lawn. You got to cut down the tall patches of grass. You got to cut down the tall blades so that more resources can go to bringing up new blades of grass. If you're trying to fill in some patches or something, you got to cut down the old stuff to let the new stuff grow.
Yeah, and I actually I included this in the extra additional story segment, and we don't have to go through it, but there was a financialexpress.com article that with the headline "BRI of China poses economic risks, say expert," and this was really interesting to me because BRI's Belt and Road Initiative, China's Belt and Road Initiative, is in direct contrast or in competition with Build Back Better. So in this article, India, these experts from India, had decided to side with the G7's B3W initiative, which is the Build Back Better. So yeah, I just thought it was interesting. It says China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, poses immense economic risks for nations globally, while G7's Build Back Better World, B3W, needs more clarity to take on the challenge against Chinese Communist Party. So it again, it's kind of like this right-left paradigm of the world being created instead of just within the United States or within any nation state or something. It's more of like a west-east, right-left thing in both of their initiatives. And I just thought it was interesting as part of the discussion here, because considering a Great Reset, China has very much deals with a whole bunch of nations already with the Belt and Road Initiative. So what's going to happen? Because a lot of that is in Europe through, West Asia. So what's going to happen to all that with the Great Reset? Is that going to all those deals go down the drain, or? Yeah,
they kind of have to play ball to
that's
just
what
be
I'm saying.
included.
It'll be interesting to see how they play that. So I think this is all a bigger play with all the shifts coming to the world stage here. So
okay,
all right. You want to land the plane with some politics?
Let's do it.
Poly. It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now suck
Politics.
your blood.
So Cuba was in some uproar. People rebelling for the first time in 30 years in the streets, shouting things like freedom and other anti-government slang. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
I think it was CNN that were like, they're yelling freedom and other anti-government lingo. It's like, wow, CNN.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. And in fact, you might have something in this clip or this article, but yeah, the whole not DNC, the Democratic Socialists of America are criticizing the protesters.
Yeah.
Who are looking for freedom from their government. And the Democratic Socialists of America are like, these extremists, anti-government extremists, they should enjoy their communist government in Cuba. What are they thinking?
Yeah. Well,
it is bizarre.
The head of DHS, I believe here, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, came out and stated this to Cubans thinking they want to come to America.
Allow me to be clear. If you take to the sea, you will not come to the United States. The time is never right to attempt migration by sea. To those who risk their lives doing so, this risk is not worth taking. Again, I repeat, do not risk your life attempting to enter the United States illegally. You will not come to the United States.
Wow.
Pretty intense words. And
what
again,
if this was a Trump
that's
administration?
what I was thinking. Exactly. Imagine Trump being up there. Don't come to America.
Oh my gosh.
We
live
will
in
not accept
upside-down
you.
Clown world.
Oh, it's insanity. It's almost...
And I mean, almost. There are clips. You could clip what he's saying to make it almost sound like a threat.
I know. He plays some nefarious music in the background.
Do not risk your lives by attempting to enter the U.S. illegally. Yeah. I repeat.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing. And also, it's another point of like, hey, I thought the Biden people that were, Lib Joe types are like, oh, Biden's going to change everything. He's going to fix stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you say to this? I mean, this is like the deliver. At least with Trump's delivery, you had like, he probably would have softened the blow. You're like, now's not the right time. We'll have an open time. We would come legally.
Head over to Mexico. They got great margaritas and tacos. Don't come here. You don't want the greasy American food. Head on over to Mexico City.
I love Mexicans. Mexicans. I have great Mexican friends. So
they'll welcome you in.
They have great tacos, tremendous tacos.
Salad. We got the best taco salad at the Trump Tower.
Instead, we get this psychopathic-looking guy doing his best impression of Dr. Evil.
Yeah, he's a real Jeff Bezos-looking fella,
he is.
isn't he?
And not that we're against, I mean, like, immigration, yes, we encourage people to do the legal thing, but, like, it's just weird how you threaten them, It's just like gnarly.
Yeah. And also, let's be clear, it probably is incredibly dangerous to try to take a boat from Cuba to the U.S. But that's not what this administration won on. They won on open borders and letting people in. And so far, they have been more aggressive on putting kids in cages, border security, straight up telling people not to come, which I cannot remember the last time an administration would just straight up barrel the camera, look straight into the camera and say that you're risking your lives to try to come to the U.S. illegally. Don't do it or else.
Yeah, and just as a side note, there's not much to talk about other than to mention that Politico reported that the DHS installed new leadership at its intelligence arm. The same secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, the same guy here, announced that John Cohen, the department's top counterterrorism official, will also take the helm at DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis. So a little bit of, musical chairs going on over there at the DHS.
Fact Checker Bot in Twitch says, to be fair, existing in Cuba is incredibly dangerous. So yes, that makes sense. I mean, hasn't that always been the argument from the left? The right will say, hey, don't make the journey. We're not going to let you, don't do it. We're building a wall. This is crazy. It's dangerous. And then the left is just like, well, their lives are threatened in their own countries. We must let them in. We must have open hearts and open borders.
And also,
is this who we are?
And also those extremists fighting against government who want freedom.
Freedom and other anti-government slogans. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, it's all a distraction for what's happening in Haiti.
That's right. So speaking of trouble in the South, we got dailymail.co.uk and Gons. It does not surprise anyone to hear this headline. Friend of mastermind behind assassination of Haiti president says America backed the killing. As it's revealed, DEA informant and FBI informants are among suspected hitmen. You don't say. One of the Americans arrested over the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse was a DEA informant who handed over the warlord responsible for leading the last coup in the Caribbean nation. It has been revealed. The DEA has admitted one of their confidential sources was involved in the assassination, denied it orchestrated the plot, and disclosed that he called them after the killing and they advised him to hand himself in. Joseph Vincent, 55, has been named by sources to the Miami Herald as the DEA informant. Vincent helped the DEA in 2017 to arrest Guy Philippe, who led a 2004 coup against then-President Jean-Bertrand Aristide on drugs trafficking charges, the sources said. Vincent was with Haitian police when Philippe was handed over to the DEA at an airport. Philippe is now serving 9 years in the U.S. in a U.S. federal prison. Vincent was one of 3 U.S. citizens arrested last week on suspicion of being behind Wednesday's early morning deadly raid on the president's home. The two others are James Solagis, 35, a maintenance worker, and Christian Emmanuel Sanan, a 63-year-old doctor and pastor, who is accused of being the mastermind. 23 Colombians are also under arrest. Wow.
The mastermind is named Christian Emmanuel.
Yeah, who is a doctor and a pastor. The
Sanon,
mastermind.
too. S-Anon.
Oh, yeah. A number of the arrested suspects are FBI informants, CNN reported. Footage from the early Wednesday assassination shows an attacker with an American accent shouting in English, "This is a DEA operation," as the hit squad arrived at the president's mansion. Haitian police also said they uncovered a hat with DEA emblazoned across it in the home of Sanan, along with...
I don't know. It just sounds a little too suspicious, you know? They got their QAnon. Well, give him S-Anon.
Give him Christian Emmanuel S-Anon, along with a stash of weapons. An associate of Sanan has suggested Washington backed the president's assassination, saying their friend had claimed the mission was supposed to save Haiti from hell with support from the U.S. government. Both U.S. and Haitian authorities insisted in the hours after the assassination that the DEA was not involved.
Yeah, of course they're going to say that.
The DEA official speaking under condition of anonymity confirmed Monday one Haitian American man arrested in the assassination plot had worked as a U.S. informant. The suspect was not an active informant with the DEA at the time of the assassination, they said. At times, this is a quote, one of the suspects in the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse was a confidential source to the DEA. The DEA official said in an email, adding that the suspect had reached out to the DEA after the assassination. The agency and the U.S. State Department urged him to surrender and helped to arrange him being handed over to Haitian authorities, they said. Following the assassination of President Moïse, the suspect reached out to his contacts at the DEA. A DEA official assigned to Haiti urged the suspect to surrender to local authorities and, along with the U.S. State Department colleague, shared information with the Haitian government that assisted in the surrender and arrest of the suspect and one other individual. The official said the DEA was aware of reports that members of the hit squad had shouted that they were DEA agents during the raid and insisted, quote, these individuals were not acting on the behalf of the DEA. And then it goes on for quite a while, as Daily Mail does. They give you a nice half-hour read. But yeah, I don't think this comes as a surprise to anyone, and maybe the DEA didn't know about it. Maybe the FBI didn't know about it, but, you know, there's other intelligence agencies that could possibly have known about it.
Yeah, other intelligence agencies.
Others, not to name any of them.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't think there's much analysis here other than totally plausible and not surprising.
And was the immediate instinct of any critically thinking human being.
Yeah. I can't get over the guy's name, though. Emmanuel Christian S-Anon.
It's all part of the psyop,
he's a
baby.
doctor and pastor. And he's a mastermind. Man, there's something going on with that dude.
I know.
All right. Yeah, so keeping an eye on you know, Haiti and what's happening there. It looks like, so do we know who's going to take over? Or?
No. But an interesting connection, you know, it's talking about these informants, FBI informants, DEA informants. It was these same types of informants, specifically with the FBI, who were involved in the January 6th event.
Yep.
So we see this all the time, and it just happens to be that whenever something big happens, there are FBI informants involved.
Yeah.
The bad look, or the worst look with this, is that FBI is technically not allowed to be doing things overseas. But you know who would be allowed to do things overseas?
Informants.
That's right. Also the CIA. So.
Oh yeah, right.
Yes. So there you go. I mean, it's obvious. We don't even need to put it out there.
Yeah. And speaking of January 6th, just a headline here. According to the Washington Post, yes, it was an insurrection. So there you go. Washington Post said it. So there it happened. It's an insurrection. Trump should be in jail. And
everybody's buying it, Bezos.
But moving on here, the other chaos happening in other parts of the world here, including South Africa. According to CNN here, more than 70 killed in South Africa's protests after former leader Jacob Zuma is jailed. And I don't know if you've been on social media the last couple days, Basil, but there's been all kinds of video of people looting malls, people with guns just kind of shooting into crowds of people. It's like madness over there.
I have not been keeping up with the South Africa thing.
It looks insane.
Yeah, I'm looking at these pictures.
Johannesburg, soldiers and police were struggling to restore order in parts of South Africa on Tuesday, as police said the number of people killed in days of protests and looting rose to at least 72 in some of the worst violence the country has seen in years. Have you noticed there's a lot of worst thing or most thing in years?
Yeah.
Like a lot of stuff.
Ever since the beginning of 2020, everything that happens is the worst thing in years.
In years, yeah. It's just very bizarre how it's all cyclical. Protests erupted last week as former South African President Jacob Zuma, 79, turned himself in to authorities to serve a 15-month jail term for contempt of court. He'd refused to appear at an anti-corruption commission to face several allegations, including bribery and fraud, which he has repeatedly denied. Among those killed in the violence were 10 who died in a stampede in the township of Soweto. Police ministry spokesperson Liranzu Temba told CNN. More than 1,200 others have been arrested in provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, where Zuma is from, and Gauteng. For almost a week now, protesters and looters have set malls ablaze and clashed with police, who have fired back with rubber bullets and are now so overwhelmed that the military has been brought in to back them up. CNN on Tuesday visited Soweto, where shop owner Rahman, who did not provide his last name, said he's afraid he's lost everything. Quote, "Even right now, where I'm going to stay, what I'm going to eat, what I'm going to do, we don't know nothing. Really, we lose everything," he told CNN. It goes on here with the quotes, and it just shows just the devastation. It reminds me of last year and the civil unrest in America with all the looting and burning and stuff like that. It seems like they're ramping it up in all parts of the world, and South Africa is not immune to that, especially South Africa, I would say. Weren't they operating basically as a communist government?
South Africa?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that. But I find this an interesting article here by CNN because it's all about the violence and nothing about why the violence. They got quote after quote about how bad it is, picture after picture about all the crazy stuff happening. They have, the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, addressed the nation to call for calm and announced the military would be deployed and warned that continued protests and looting would further undermine the COVID-19. Oh, no. And the only thing that they really say about why it's even happening is that this Zuma guy didn't show up for court. Let's go back to the beginning here. Former South African President Jacob Zuma, 79, turned himself into authorities to serve a 15-month jail term for contempt of court after he refused to appear at an anti-corruption commission. Yeah. So allegedly bribery and fraud, corruption, right. President.
Yeah, no surprises.
And he goes to jail for 15 months. I guess that would be kind of standard for any politician to not go to jail for that long. But it's just because this guy went to jail for 15 months that this craziness is breaking out.
It's a little suspicious, isn't it?
Is there more? Like, there has to be more. Hold on. Excuse me. Down here at the bottom, Zuma handed himself over to police last week after days of speculation over whether he would comply with the court's orders to imprison him. Zuma's lawyers Monday argued for a sentence reduction. Zuma served as president from 2009 to 2018 and was once widely celebrated as a key figure in the country's liberation movement. He spent 10 years in prison with anti-apartheid hero and former President Nelson Mandela, but his 9 years in power were marred with allegations of high-level corruption. Zuma is accused of corruption involving 3 businessmen close to him, brothers Atul, Ajay, and Rajesh Gupta, and allowing them to influence government policy, including the hiring and firing of ministers to align with the family's business interests. The Guptas deny wrongdoing, but left South Africa after Zuma was ousted from his presidency. So he's a corrupt politician who was ousted in 2018, didn't show up for court for allegedly selling out the country, and then turns himself in to go to jail for a year, and the whole country explodes into chaos? This can't possibly. There has to be more to this.
Well, I mean, again, not familiar with South African governance in general, but there is a lot of, and I've known this before, but I'm just looking for some information on it. There is a lot of BLM type of stuff over there, similar to what BLM is here with the social unrest. They have something called the BEE, which is the Black Economic Empowerment, and I mean, it's basically race-based socialism that exists over there. It's designed to kind of create equality and you know, the same kind of language like they have here.
Copy and paste for BLM.
Exactly, yeah. And they're very pervasive. And so let me read this here from Wiki. This is just a Wiki page on the BEE.
So this is basically a copy and paste of the riots, the Black Lives Matter riots and protests from 2020.
Right. The reasoning for the rioting might be a little different, but effectively, yeah, I think it's the same thing where maybe this guy went to jail, or, you know, Jacob Zuma. Hold on, let me look up Jacob Zuma real quick too, because I'm wondering if he must have been I think. Okay, this is observational. I'm not making statements here of clarity. These are just observations. A lot of pictures I've seen of the looting and everything, it's a lot of black people from South Africa. Yeah, I know there's a lot of black people. I get it. But the BEE program is meant to create equality. It's here. Let me just read the BEE thing from the Black Economic Empowerment from Wikipedia. As a program launched by the South African government to reconcile South Africans and redress the inequalities of apartheid, encourages businesses to integrate black people in the workplace, upskill and mentor, support black businesses, give back to mainly poor communities, goes on and on. So I think
it's the exact. So they're
it's the exact
trying to
thing.
do
So
reparations for apartheid.
And I think because Zuma went to jail, the black community there was like, well, forget this. You know, I'm getting mine. And maybe that's the rationale for the rioting, and because they're doing the same thing. They're going into malls, they're grabbing all the stuff and running out. You know, it's like,
yeah, it does seem like a copy and paste of a lot of the Black Lives Matter riots from last year.
The catalyst might be a little different, but effectively the actions are the same.
Strategy looks the same.
Strategy looks exactly the same. So
interesting.
Yeah, something to kind of, you know, keep your eye on. And again, we're not experts in South African governance, but
yeah, well, now I got some reading to do. Great.
Yeah, always. I know. I always like initiating more reading for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Couple more real quick. Oh, you want to do this one? This Texas Republicans thing?
Yeah, this was very interesting. And this is all over the place, but we can't.
I don't know if I'm going to make time here. Hold on. I got to talk to my babysitter here because I don't think
I didn't know you had time. Okay.
And I might have to. Yeah, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Take your time. Take your time. This is TexasTribune.org. The headline, Texas House Republicans vote to track down absent Democrats and arrest them if necessary. Dun, dun, dun. That's how you do it in Texas, baby. Let's see here. A showdown in the Texas House was locked into place Tuesday after the chamber voted overwhelmingly to send law enforcement after Democrats who left the state a day earlier to protest of a GOP priority elections legislation. More than 50 House Democrats left Monday for Washington, D.C. to deny the chamber a quorum, the minimum number of lawmakers needed to conduct business, as it takes up voting restrictions and other Republican priorities in a special session. That agenda, set by Governor Greg Abbott, includes House Bill 3 and Senate Bill 1, the election legislation at hand that would make a number of changes to Texas's voting system, such as banning drive-through and 24-hour voting options and further restricting the state's voting by mail rules. Over the weekend, both House and Senate committees advanced the election bills. The impact of the House move is unclear since Texas law enforcement lacks jurisdiction in the nation's capital. At a news conference Tuesday afternoon, though, Representative Jim Murphy, a House Republican, Houston Republican, who chairs the House GOP caucus, acknowledged that state authorities can't force Democrats to return. Quote, "We want them to come back. That's our message," Murphy said. Meeting shortly after 10 a.m., the House quickly established that it lacked the two-thirds quorum required to do business, with only 80 of 150 members participating in a test vote. Then Representative Will Metcalf, Republican Conroe, chair of the House Administration Committee, moved to issue what is known as a call of the House to try and regain quorum. That motion passed 76-4. Metcalf offered another motion asking that the sergeant-at-arms or officers appointed by him send for all absentees under warrant of arrest if necessary, effectively making the missing Democrats legislative fugitives. That motion also passed 76-4. Metcalf's motion were opposed by 4 Democrats who were present in the House floor Tuesday morning. Representatives Ryan Julian of Rio Grande City, Tracy King of Batesville, Eddie Morales Jr. of Eagle Pass, and John Turner of Dallas. Can you imagine being the 4 out of 54 Democrats who were left there? You get left behind as the rest of your people flee the state. It's like, oh, nobody invited us on the cool chartered jet to Washington, D.C. There's a burn on these 4 Democrats.
That's what happens for being in Texas, I guess.
That was just mean. They bullied. This is bullying. Legislative bullying. Morales told the Tribune later today that he stayed in Austin because he thinks constituency expects me to stay behind. Okay. I think that all the representatives should probably be saying the same thing. Oh yeah, my representative? Nah, I don't think. I expect them to get on a private jet and fly to Washington. Quote, "I believe that my efforts would be best if I stuck around here and fought the fight here," he said, adding that he supported his Democratic colleagues who had left the state. Under a call of the House, according to chamber rules, all entrances or doors leading out of the hall are blocked, and members are not permitted to leave without permission in writing from the Speaker. Morales said members had been told informally that House Speaker Dade Phelan, who's a Republican from Beaumont, planned to excuse lawmakers daily in the afternoons as long as the chamber is under a call of the House. "We don't have to be here 24/7, he said. Around 2:30 p.m., Phelan told members that the chamber would stand at ease until 11 a.m. Wednesday and release them for the day, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all right. They're going to let them go home and have potty breaks. Good for you. Earlier Tuesday, Abbott said in a radio interview that any Democrats who fled the state should lose their committee leadership posts. Quote, of course, any Democrat who is a member of any leadership, such as chairman of a committee, they should be losing their job, Abbott told Lubbock radio host Chad Hasty. Meanwhile, House Democrats held a news conference Tuesday morning in D.C., reiterating their intention to stay outside of the state through the end of the special session. Representative Chris Turner, who chairs the House Democratic Caucus, said any negotiations about Democrats returning to Austin would have to start with Abbott reversing his veto of funding for the legislative branch. Almost done here. Democrats are challenging the governor in court over that veto, which Abbott issued after two of his priority bills, including the election legislation, died after House Democrats walked out of the chamber in the final hours of the regular session. Funding for the legislature, staffers, and legislative agencies is set to run out August 31st. By early Tuesday afternoon, members of the House floor were grouped around desks or visiting with Phelan near the front of the chamber. Asked whether there was tension among members, Morales said he did not sense any. Quote, it could be the relationship that I have built across the aisle, but I didn't sense that tension, he said. Everyone is coming up to me and thanking me, even though they know I am against HB3. There you go. Interesting politics. This is some down and dirty politics that is sort of, I think, part of the fun part about politics in America and across the world, different parliamentary systems where, it all seems sort of ambiguous and sort of, I don't know, almost virtual, a lot of the politics that goes on. But it's nice to know that there are pieces of politics that is like, nope, we're going to lock the doors and get this done. And we're going to flee the state. And I'm going to arrest you. And now let's make some laws, which is very fun. I think that there's an interesting hypocrisy going on here because, of course, Democrats across the nation, whether they be employed politicians or just kids with laptops, just think they're professional politicians and will extol the virtues of filibustering the filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster so we can just do whatever we want. And yet, what these Democrats in Texas did was basically a filibuster. It was not technically a filibuster, but they are taking physical steps to run out the clock on pieces of legislation. They basically are filibustering, at least in a philosophical sense. And it's just funny hypocrisy. Like, no, we get rid of the filibuster because we don't want Republicans filibustering, but we'll just do our own thing. We'll throw a tantrum, rent a private jet, and fly to Washington, D.C. because that's how we do business in Texas.
Sweet. I don't have much to add to that.
It sounds cool, man. Texas is cool.
Yeah. All right. Got two more stories here to bring to you. This one was fascinating. It's one of these.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
Insider Christina Grievin Cuomo, who is married to Chris Cuomo, is in Jeffrey Epstein's 1997 address book.
Uh-oh.
Starting to make more sense.
Uh-oh, Cuomo.
But also kind of a yawn. It's like,
Chris
right.
Cuomo, he's the news Cuomo, right?
Yeah, he's the news
He's
anchor.
the news brother?
Yeah, not nipple rings. The other one.
Well, we don't know.
Well, yeah, you're right. We don't know. But his brother is much more open about
Still doesn't look great for Andrew.
Yeah. All right. Here's what it says briefly. Jeffrey Epstein's newly discovered 1997 address book, published by Insider on Tuesday. Really, a new book?
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was a new book that was
newly discovered.
Oh, okay. Wow. There's a lot of people in here from Harvard University, Washington, D.C. Interesting. All right. Anyway. Connects dozens of new names to Epstein and traces previous known relationships back in the 1990s. One of the new names belongs to Christina Grievin Cuomo, a New York editor and entrepreneur. She married Chris Cuomo, a CNN anchor, and brother of Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York in 2001.
Bro, this is weird. This new phone book, address book of Epstein's was allegedly somebody found it on a Manhattan sidewalk in the 90s and then posted it on eBay and sold it.
Oh, I think I heard someone talking about this.
I'm just skimming this article now, so I'll get the details here. You keep going.
Okay. Let's see. The book lists Greven Cuomo under a minor misspelling of her birth name, Christina Greven. Her entry refers to Manhattan File, a New York Society magazine she published after her father purchased it in 1994. The same entry includes an office address in the New York City neighborhood of Soho, an office phone number, and a home phone number. In the 90s, Greven Cuomo was known for hanging out with socialites like Alex von Furtenberg and the former CNN producer Pamela Gross. The latter appears in both Little Black books and is now a close friend of Melania Trump. Oh. It's unclear why Greven Cuomo was listed in the 1997 address book. She serves as the editor-in-chief of The Purist, a wellness website that she founded in 2017. A message left with The Purist seeking comment from Greven Cuomo was returned almost immediately by Chris Cuomo, who declined to comment for the record or make his spouse available.
Make his spouse available.
Chris Cuomo coming in. Hey, bro, leave my woman alone, bro.
I will not make her available.
Greven Cuomo is one of 221 people who appear in Epstein's 1997 address book, but not his previously published address book, which dates to 2004. I think that's pretty much it for the story here. Did you find anything interesting with this new?
Yeah, I guess it's not simple. It's kind of complex. I guess there was a book found and then photocopied and then put back together. I don't know, but
who cares? We just want the names.
Yeah. Well, they got the names. There you go.
Oh, that's it? Just with the stuff at the header there?
It's a whole story. It's a whole thing. Yeah,
they're trying to.
I don't know. I'll look at it when we're not trying to end the show here.
Yeah.
But yeah, very interesting. Weird story about how you get Epstein's address book. But it seems to be legit. Everybody is saying they think it's legit.
Morgan Fairchild, huh? Martin Perez.
Okay, so we have a connection between Cuomo and the Epstein log. I don't think that surprises anybody.
No, not at all. Yeah, they all run in their little friendly circles there.
Well, to end the show, Gons, I need to give you an update on your California governors and the recalls and the things. We last left off the saga of the Governor Newsom recall with Governor Newsom, his lawyer accidentally messing up on the forms, which means that Democrat will not appear next to his name on the recall ballot. He then sued his own appointee to try to get Democrat next to his name on the ballot. And we have an update from
Newsom.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were leading me in.
I'm sorry. I was going to let you play the jingle.
Okay.
It's Newsom science, baby. Ha!
Yeah.
From abcnews.go.com, the headline, Judge, Newsom can't be listed as Democrat on recall ballot. Dun, dun, dun. California Governor Gavin Newsom can't put his Democratic Party affiliation on the ballot, voters see, when they decide whether to remove him. A judge ruled Monday.
Do you think he's seething? Do you think he's like, throws something at the wall, pulls back his hair?
He can't hold his human form. His forked tongue comes out.
Yeah, his eyes start turning reptile.
Start being exposed from his human skin suit he's wearing. Newsom's campaign missed the deadline to submit his affiliation in California Secretary of State Shirley Weber for the September 14th recall election. Newsom's campaign said it was inadvertent and asked Weber, who was appointed by Newsom, to allow the affiliation to appear. She said the issue needed to go to a judge, so Newsom filed a lawsuit. Newsom's Republican opponent...
I like how he just drops law.
File a lawsuit.
He's like, I'll sue you, and then does it.
Here you go. Newsom's Republican opponents criticize the move as an attempt to change rules everyone else must follow. Newsom's elections attorney, Thomas Willis, and an attorney for Weber both argued during the hour-long hearing Friday that Newsom merely missed an arbitrary, harmless filing deadline and that it is in the voters' interest to know his party preference. Adding that information now wouldn't cause a procedural problem because elections officials still have enough time to ensure Newsom's party preference appears on the ballot along with those seeking to replace him. Weber said in a court filing, quote, At base, this comes down to whether the governor of California has to follow the unambiguous law, and it just so happens a law that he signed. Woo! A twist! We have a twist, countered attorney Eric Early, representing recall supporters, including lead proponents Orrin Heatley and Mike Netter in the California Patriot Coalition. Sacramento County Superior Court Judge James Arguelles said his decision Monday came down to whether there are reasons to look beyond the Newsom-approved law that required the governor to submit his party affiliation to the state's top election official by February 2020. He determined that the law unambiguously precludes party information from appearing on recall ballot where the elected officer fails timely to make the designation. His own law, Gons. His own law. No wonder he thought he could get away with it.
He's just, there is a little bit of like, I don't know, momentary justice with this. You know, he puts in this law. He's like, yeah, I'm going to put in this law. And then it comes back and...
Because you know he did it because he thought it would hurt his opponents.
Right. Right. And now it's hurting him.
Yeah.
He's like Shredder at the end of Ninja Turtles 2. The live action version where Shredder gets like super buff and he's like ridiculous. And he's shaking the bridge. And he shakes it so hard that he kills himself. He buries himself in the bridge.
Oh, no. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles metaphors. I like it. And then, it goes on and on. It mentions Caitlyn Jenner and how happy she is. Last month, Newsom signed a law that again changes the recall rules, this time to speed up the election. Democrats believe the state's reopened economy and low coronavirus case numbers put Newsom in a better position than when the recall gained momentum during the pandemic's darkest days last winter. The recall was fueled by frustration. We know what it was. There you go. This poor buddy is not going to get to ride on the coattails of that Democrat label on the ballot.
You know,
Caitlyn Jenner is one step closer, Gons.
I know. You're still on that Caitlyn train. I think there's a guy that oh man, I lost the story. Hold on, let me try to find it.
I'm not rooting for Caitlyn Jenner.
I know. You're rooting to be right. I get it.
I'm not rooting for anything.
You're rooting to be right.
Saying, I am correct. I am from the future. Caitlyn Jenner will be your next governor.
Okay, but what if she is not? Then do you are you on a different timeline, or what's the excuse there?
Yeah, well, I'm a variant, Gons. I'm what they call a time variant, and so lots of things can go wrong, but I know I'm not going to be wrong. It's going to happen.
Okay, this is the guy I keep seeing pop up everywhere, and he's being pushed by Fox, which leads me to believe he's got a little bit more muster in terms of like reach and you know the demo that they're trying to reach. Radio host Larry Elder to run in California recall election.
Radio host. You think radio host versus reality TV star and former Olympian? Come on.
Well, here's the thing. So since you announced your... this is a Caitlyn clip. We don't need Caitlyn clip right now.
You know what I do love about Caitlyn?
What?
No attempt to change the voice. You know, I was watching a few videos. There is no attempt. There's no contrivance to put on a voice to match the sort of the female presentation. It's just Jenner's voice. Just is what it is.
It would be funny if Caitlyn got all philosophical. You know what? You know what really drives me to become governor?
Be a winner.
It's all about winning.
Breaking the necks of the competition and bathing in the blood of glory. I don't know.
Yeah, Larry Elder, he's a black man. He's the host of oh gosh, what is this? Well, not enough info on this here, but yeah, a lot of people like him, and Fox is pushing him. So I'm telling you, man, I don't think it's going to be as easy for Caitlyn to win the hearts of Republicans. I ain't saying it's going to be
easy. Caitlyn has been through the fire, an Olympian, knows how to put in the work. And yeah, somebody's saying Larry Elder is also a constitutional lawyer.
Yeah, so
as if California even cares about that.
Sure, but you read his thing. It's really interesting because it would be going up against a lot of the wokeness. Like he talks about, not the whole critical race theory and how it's not good, and homelessness, and I mean. He's saying all the right things in his little spiel here about why he's running. But yeah, I still think.
Do you have a spiel? Do you have a clip? I
don't have a clip, but I guess this is hold on. Let me see what this is. Let's just off the cuff here since we're at the end of the show here.
Hello, California. I'm Larry Elder, also known as the Sage of South Central, and this is the launch of my campaign. I am in it to win it. Our first task, we call our arrogant Governor Gavin Newsom. Newsom imposed the most restrictive COVID mandates in the country and then proceeded to ignore them when it came to him. Californians lost their jobs, their businesses. Kids lost a full year of in-school education, all in defiance of the very science that Newsom and his cohorts said they would follow. I will make clear that I am the man to replace him. I'm a native Californian, but I grieve at what's happened to my state. And I've got common sense, something sadly lacking in Sacramento.
This video goes on for 10 minutes. So
this is the problem. He already messed up. First of all, the video is 10 minutes. You can't have a 10-minute video. That doesn't work. And he's doing the Trump thing. And also he said he's the man for the job. Something Caitlyn Jenner would never say. And what liberal Californians don't want.
They don't want a man?
They don't want a man. They want Caitlyn Jenner, the perfect combination between social liberalism and political conservatism. And she keeps her videos short. She's got perfect production on her political videos. This guy is he's doing the Trump thing. He's being too intense. And even California Republicans, they're going to have a harder time. Well, I'm just saying, Caitlyn is the easy choice for Republicans who want a politically conservative person, and Democrats who are realizing that politically being a Democrat is crazy. But you still get to, approve of liberal social ideologies.
Well, he's got the snarl down. He's got the Trump snarl.
He also does look kind of orange there. He's got a kind of an orange hue. He's going for this Trump thing, I think.
Hey, that's not a bad strategy.
Oh, he does have the exact snarl. Look at that. That's crazy. Yeah, that is impressive.
Well, see, you when you talk about Caitlyn, it's one end of the spectrum. When you're talking about Larry Elder, maybe it's the other end of the spectrum of conservatives wanting, a black man, a black Christian man, who's got the Trump vibe
the
going. The
Christian thing isn't going to work. California is not going to vote for a Christian. I'm not saying I like it. I'm just telling the truth, calling them how I sees it. They will much prefer the trans person with immaculate conservative values when it comes to politics.
I know. It says all the right things. It's really annoying. It annoys me when Caitlyn's like, whatever. The Newsom's messed up. Everyone's saying Newsom's messed up, so that's not really that groundbreaking. But
that was kind of I lost interest immediately when this guy was like, first step.
Well, that's because
Let me tell you why Newsom's bad. We all know why Newsom's bad. You lost my attention.
Well, that's because you're still buzzing from the Caitlyn romance. The honeymoon with Caitlyn is still looming strong in your mind. And so you're not even willing to listen to other people right now.
No,
this is the problem.
As a skilled analyst, he should not have started off with Newsom bad. Everybody know Newsom bad. You lose interest.
He doesn't spend much time there. He spends the first 30 seconds.
Especially under this smug, corrupt governor.
Oh my gosh.
He continues that lingo, that rhetoric throughout his thing. Anytime he references Newsom, he has like more colorful language to describe him. It's pretty good.
Plus the background, he's in an office. He's giving an interview in his office. Boring, traditional, don't care. He's in an office sitting at a desk, too Trumpian. Caitlyn's things, she's like walking through the mountains. She's like feeding seagulls. She's handing out like food to homeless people, not sitting in an office.
Hugging people on the street.
Yeah, she's blatantly breaking COVID regulations on camera.
You know what we need? You know who would win? The candidate who uses the Bolt Phantom camera to do some amazing 360 shots.
Vascular, gets in all their vascular glory.
Yeah, they would win.
Dwayne Johnson, I'm putting it right now. We can put it in the book, but it might take a few years. Dwayne Johnson, we don't call him The Rock anymore. We just call him Dwayne Johnson. It's respectability.
Governor Dwayne?
I don't know about governor, but he will go. He will become a politician. Probably governor. He will become a politician. You can already tell he's trying to erase The Rock. You don't say Dwayne The Rock Johnson anymore. You just say Dwayne Johnson. He's trying to be respectable. He's moved over to the Disney films, not doing so much of the the Fast and Furious.
He was doing that before though with the Tooth Fairy thing and the whole deal.
Yeah, okay, that's true. But I think him moving away from the wrestler persona, I think he's going to go for politics. He's got the face, he's got the muscles, he's got the veins, he's got everything it takes.
If Arnold can do it, then I guess
he's going to take the Arnold route.
At least he can pronounce California.
Are you going to see the Jungle Book, or what is it? Jungle Cruise? You know they made a movie out of the Jungle Cruise, right?
I heard about that. Yeah, I haven't seen any previews or anything.
Oh, yeah, it was vascular. All right. You ready to end the show?
Hold on, I got to put this down. Dwayne Johnson, formerly known as The Rock.
Formerly The Rock.
Will run for office.
I just want to say politics. Yeah, something. He'll get into politics. It's the next step. It might not happen for another 5 or 10 years, so who knows, but it'll happen. And he'll make some great ads. It'll be awesome.
He'll use the Bolt camera technology to show his biceps that will save California.
It worked for Arnold.
Did it? That would be really interesting.
Of course it did.
Well, I mean, it would be interesting to go back to watch some Arnold PR videos from back when he was campaigning to be governor.
No, he was very respectable, as I remember. But he did pull some one-liners. He had some Terminator one-liners.
Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah. Does Dwayne Johnson have any one-liners?
Can you smell what the governor is cooking?
Oh, yeah, he's got that one.
Yeah. All right. We got
All right, let's get out of here.
We're just rambling. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We'll be back on Friday. That is Friday the 16th. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure to subscribe to all the channels, turn on notifications, and make sure to hit the like button.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking up Arnold Schwarzenegger running for...
Subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
He was so much younger back then.
That is how time works. And so Make sure to tune in on Friday. It's going to be awesome. Head over to CanaryCry.Party. CanaryCry.Party. It's got all the links. Subscribe to all the things. Most importantly, get on the mailing list, because if something goes wrong, the mailing list people are the first people to know. Don't worry, we do not send a lot of emails, just when it's important. So thank you very much. Make sure to follow us on all the socials too, so you can get all the updates. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. And we'll be back on Friday. I'll be reading reviews, so please make sure to leave ratings and reviews. It's very important. We've got a quota for 5 reviews that we are shooting to hit. And the reviews are very important because they activate algorithms. We have no control. Gons and I have no control over those algorithms. There's nothing we can do to make it happen. It's all in the hands of our loving producers. So if you haven't done it yet, go to Apple Podcasts and leave a rating and a review. If you have an Apple product like an iPhone or something, search for podcasts. It's a purple icon. Click on that. Search Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe and leave a rating and a review. Let's do it, baby. Let's activate those algorithms and use them for our own maniacal purposes to spread the gospel and critical thinking around the globe or the pancake, whatever works. And remember, we will need some producers for next episode. That will be episode 362. Nope, 363. Ooh, 363.
363.
Fun little number there. So yes, next episode will be episode 363. But I want to thank our producers of this episode, 362. And those are our wonderful producers: Samuel W., Shirley Y., Gary H., Spears Desert, James H., Christopher R., Christian D., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Rebecca B., Ciara F., Scott K., James G., Kimberly W., Tristan H., C.S., Gail, Crater, Grant, Mad Scientist, Texas. And, of course, thanks to our time stamper, Jade Bouncerson, our artists, Allie and Dove. And make sure to hit up those meetups, folks. We will put a webpage together to make it easy. But until then, email ciaraloren93@gmail.com and maidservantofchrist88@protonmail.com. But yes, you can produce next episode. We can only keep doing the show if producers keep producing. So thank you to all of our streakers, and I cannot wait to thank all the new producers that have finally decided. They've been persuaded by Samuel W. and his breakdown of the value for value model and his dream of becoming Gons, being Gons as a wrestler.
Yeah, not becoming Gons. I think he's just dreamed that he was me.
He is. He has filled your shoes. But yes, if you agree with Samuel W. that there is value to what Gons and I do, please become a producer. You can do that by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT, or CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. That's right, CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. Do it. It'll be a blast. I guarantee you'll have fun. And it's a big guarantee, but I guarantee it. But there's other ways you can help out the show. We want our producers who are creative, our creative folks, the artists, the jingle makers, the musicians. Whatever you do, you can create something for the show by producers of the show. Send it on in. It's good content. Please send that in to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com if you want to keep it a secret. Thank you very much to all of our artists once again, and a big congratulations to Dame Allie. Let me find her name. I have not memorized it yet, because it is Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation, daughter of the High King of Heaven. Thank you very much for all your hard work. You can also help out the show by sharing it. It's simple. If you have social media or whatever, just share an episode. Share this episode. Post the link, hit the share button, whatever works for you. really, we don't advertise this show anywhere. Anybody who finds the show found it because somebody shared it with them. So if you're just sitting back waiting for your friends and family to just suddenly discover the show, you should share it with them. They're counting on you because you got friends and family who are starting to wake up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. They're tired of the mainstream media. Maybe they're getting a little too deep into alternative media, but coming at it with the same fervor and spoon-fed belief that they were once getting from the mainstream. That's also bad. We don't want to fully hand over our consciousness and our analysis of the world around us to either the mainstream or the similarly gluttonous and greedy alternative sites that simply want to sell ad slots. No. We're here to tear it all down, apparently. And that's why you love the show here. But share it with them. They'll thank you, maybe not tomorrow or the next day, but they will someday thank you for waking them up and showing them Canary Cry News Talk. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred.
Sorry, totally screwed that one up.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gonz, you got any last words?
Hasta la vista, baby.
You found it.
That's him talking about the elections, yeah. And congratulations to Dame Allie. So excited to just reference her as Dame Allie from here on out.
Oh, yeah, that is fun. We get to just say that now. Yep. That's great. Okay,
that's it.
Is that it?
That's
All
it.
right.
I'm super sweaty. I'd like to turn the AC back on or something.
Okay, everybody. Be back here on Friday. And thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, they outside the cage.
Woo.
Productive segment, man.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Aborted feces.
Aliens.
Keep yapping, man. Aborted feces.
Everybody out there offered a vaccine. Don't ask any questions. Please take it.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact.
Anytime.
Fun fact.
I wrote the bill.
Another fun fact.
120 days.
To my Screamo days.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on in my people's zoo.
They've been creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
Cameras on now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo.
Everything alive is a government surveillance drone. The United States are artificial.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccination.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
We're all gonna die.
You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!